What's the plan for today?
Are we starting today on Sunday morning?
It is a beautiful Sunday morning with very light rain.
Should we do a recap and a starting?
Yes, we can do so. That's a good idea.
The floor is yours.
Uh, would Would you like one of us to do it?
Yes.
All right. I guess I'll start then. We began last session with us being in Terraga, yes, having finished the few weeks of downtime, leveling up to level 3.
Level 3?
We Right, because then we leveled up to level 4 in Low Bay at the end of the session.
I think we leveled to level 3 in an earlier session.
I think you level 2. Wait, are you level 4?
We're
Am
level
I
4
stupid?
now, but I think we only spent the last session as level 3.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
have level. Yeah, true, yeah. I mixed something up. You're correct.
So we learned about bandit movement, had a bit of discussion about that. Eventually deciding that going to Low Bay would be the best bet, as we saw, we heard of one group going westwards towards Low Bay from the bandit woods. So we followed them more or less. Uh, yes. Taffington and Norley to Lobay. There in Lobay, we slightly scattered for a day, with Reuven going to talk with the Dryads, learning about the bandits moving probably this way, seeming like cutting off from the northern side of the forest, uh, and having some weird discussions with the Dryads of the forest. Uh, on the other hand, Usma went and used his newfound powers of disguise self in combination with the magic rock that's secret from the rest of the party, creating a very powerful effect of uh, more or less permanently changing his being, and disguising himself as a was it like a
A
more
merchant? Some various merchant.
yeah, some merchant. He went to talk with the spooky manor people in Low Bay, uh, who we currently know, who we've yet to meet the like actual head of the house, weird millionaire gentleman that owns the house. We only met the woman, and I guess her like, and a butler, and the woman's like help, I think. And the woman herself is like a councilwoman of the Council of Lobay. The terminology is correct.
Sounds fine.
And so Uzma went to talk with her about stuff, sneaky stuff, not telling the rest of the party about it, but kind of just doing a more or less a checkup on them. After which we went back, gathered ourselves back again, rested for a day. Oopsie doodle leveled up again, level 4.
Crazy.
Very crazy. And after a large amount of discussion, we decided that we will leave off on Sunday morning, as the bandits that we hoped would have traveled south to Musa and onward seem to have not been spotted in that area, and instead have moved somewhere unknown in the past 2 days from Renior. And our party now heads out of Low Bay to hopefully find these bandits.
I think we
On the
were
way, though,
meaning to meet the centaurs in between.
exactly. Did we buy anything important? Do we need to make anything? Do you have anything upkeep on that?
We bought a mule horse or like a carry horse.
Okay.
Um,
Do we have a tent now?
I think so. Yep, we do have a tent.
And we don't. And we decided that Ruben's amazing non-magical detection trap is kind of useless, and we don't need it anymore.
I believe so.
Okay.
Got water skins, got rations.
Yep. I don't have any rations on me, but I'm assuming we have rations.
22 dry rations on the donkey.
Okay.
Amazing.
Most of these were bought at some point of the campaign start, so let's try to use them up, and then after that start buying other rations.
All right.
Well then, I guess Lobey morning, Interpreter's heroes rush out.
Yeah. That's the story and we're going with. All right. So the group of 2 wizards, a priest fighter and a ranger fighter, head out of Lovey. Where do they go?
I think the plan was more or less straight west, hoping to get to Brawley at the end of the day.
Okay.
We also heard from like the rest from people in Low Bay that if you just head west from Low Bay, you'll meet up with the centaurs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like the area of the forest they control, so.
Also, when I wake up, I'm gonna cast Alter Self on the rock, turn into some halfling duder.
Halfling.
Yeah, I don't think halflings were neutral for centaurs, right?
They don't come up with centers, I think.
Yeah, but I think it said that they hate humans and like elves, and everyone else is indifferent. Or am I remembering this wrong?
Ooh, we also learned from
Halflings or gnomes will be tolerated, yeah.
Okay.
Humans and dwarves will be asked to leave, so Wiglaf's
Oh,
also a
humans
problem.
and dwarves?
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay, well, if Rogan isn't here, I'm sure it's fine if his character's also somewhere away just chilling with the horses. Maybe when we get there, we'll sit the horses down. I'll invest.
Yeah. We'll come up
Maybe
with some solutions.
With the horses, you could just straight up go to Brawley in the same time as we're going through the forest.
That's also true.
Assuming that we don't roll horribly on the thing.
Yeah.
And I think we want to go meet through the centaurs anyway, right? Like we want to do that.
Do we want to maybe in the morning send a dwarf buddy away? Or do we want to just keep him?
Oh yeah, I guess maybe we could meet in Brawley. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, if it would make sense that human and dwarf both go around and gnome and elf go through the forest.
But I have Alter Self.
But having one person ride around
Yeah.
alone is a bad idea.
Yeah, I guess. That's fine for me.
So,
Then I won't Alter Self. Then I'm gonna see if the horse gets spooked if I invest myself in front of the horse.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand. What's happening? What's the plan?
Me and Wiglaf are going around like this to Brawley, and you and Corfin are gonna meet with the.
You don't even want to come with me to talk to the centaurs.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
You sure you don't want to? There might be some plot development.
Yeah, I think you can handle that.
You sure?
Yeah, I like the idea of like Ruben talking with them. I like the idea of not being involved in everything. The centaurs just like humans and dwarves, so maybe it's better if they don't get agitated by me and Wiglaf.
Ruben is slightly unwilling, but eventually relents. If you say so, Smart, I would have thought you wanted to speak to them or see what's up with them, ask some questions, but okay.
Yeah, I, I, I'm curious, of course, but I trust that, um, I trust this matter in your hands fully.
Also, since you have read in the library about them, you would know that if they speak a language, then they speak Elven. If they speak a language that one of you can speak, then it's Elven. So you wouldn't even be able to speak with them anyways.
Excuse me, I'm a transmuter. I have comprehend languages.
Sure. You want to go and touch the center?
Yep.
Handshake.
And then keep the hand for all the time you're talking with him.
Yeah, it's halfling culture.
Yeah, every time you like asking a question, he like extends a hand to shake yours again. And then while you're shaking your hands, he speaks. Yeah, very awkward.
Yeah.
But okay, I
Very
guess
awkward.
eventually Reuben relents.
Wait, actually, holy fuck.
What?
We don't know where the bandits are. I don't know if you just accidentally metagame told us that they're not gonna be here, but because this is kind of spooky bandit territory.
That's true.
They might be leaving. Okay, never mind. This plan sucks ass. We're all going together to meet the centaurs.
Okay.
And I am alter selfing myself into a halfling.
All right.
What's happening?
Everybody's
I think-
going.
Yeah, everybody's going because this going through here might mean that we get caught out by the bandits, since they're 2 days away from like here-ish. It could be.
It's today's Sunday, so there's no caravan leaving. I think. Nope.
Something like that.
Nope. Caravan from Low Bay is Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yep. And it returns on Thursday. It's a crazy caravan. All right, so let's head out into the forest. Give me a direction.
West, southwest.
Okay, so you're trying to head over to where you expect Farley to be.
Yep.
All right.
Brawler, sorry, you mispronounced that.
Sure, I mispronounced it, that's true. All right, you get about, let's see,
And we keep our eyes out for the wacky plant.
yeah. You get about 6 miles from Low Bay when you hear pretty clearly the sound of hoofs.
I want to move us. Osma.
Sure. Boom.
Cool. I think we stop, more or less. Ruben puts a hand up to stop the party.
Clarify, you hear hoofs that are not the hoofs of your horses.
Yeah.
Alright, you stop the party. And after standing there for a few minutes, through the trees in front of you steps a centaur with a shield and a lance.
I think Ruben's probably not even on his horse at the front. He's probably moving on foot. He steps, looks back to the party first to see if everyone's fine. No one's got anything. We probably told Wiglaf to like be at the back and hide his face. Like, be quiet.
Oh yeah, since we kind of skimmed over this, did I invest Wiglaf?
Oh no, you didn't.
Okay. That's fine. Yep, I just stand back and let Ruben do the talking.
The center looks at you.
Ruben will look up. How big is the centaur?
They are large creatures, so 8 feet to 9 feet high,
Cool, yeah. Good.
double your size.
Yeah, double Ruben's height. Like cranes his neck up, but kind of confidently with a stride, takes a few steps forward and does a standard elvish greeting of putting his palms forward and like holding his palms together in a slight bow, uh, and says a greeting in Elven.
You say your greeting in Elven. The center keeps looking at you and then shouts something in the language you do not understand. And through the trees steps another center. This one not with a shield, but with a bow. And the center with the bow replies in Elven. Kind of bad Elven, but it is Elven. Welcome to this part of the forest. It's rare that we have Elven visitors.
Thank you. I am very glad to meet you. This is here. These woods. I haven't traveled in your areas yet.
As you're talking, the other center with the shield, like he says something in center to the second one, and the second one like raises one hand and stops you while you're talking and says, "Well, you are welcome to talk with us. Your friends, especially the people who like access, are not so welcome." Is there anything specific that you want to talk with us about? As we would like them to move around our forest.
Okay. Looking back at who the elf speaking centaur pointed to, did he mean the dwarf?
Yeah.
Did he mean Wiglaf?
Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. There's a slight frown in the Reuben's face. He, probably like still looking back at what he says in like human of. They say that the axe wielding dwarves are not. They do not like them very much. Goes back to talking. Indeed, I am.
I don't
Here
even
to
have
talk
an
to you.
axe.
Does Wiglaf say?
Yeah.
Indeed, we are here to talk to you about two matters in particular, actually, of some importance.
The centaurs, like the one that you're talking with, the one that speaks Elven, translates in between the both of you, like you and the probably leader of the pack.
While also, my friend says that my companion says that he wields no axe.
Well, as long as you vouch for them, we won't take any actions. So, what is it that you have come to talk with us about?
Okay. Seeing that I'm pretty upfront and don't want to like invite them to anywhere, or just kind of want to just chat here. Ruben nods. First replying to the end of the message. Indeed, I vouch on my name on him and each of my companions. First, I should introduce myself. I am Reuven of the Winter clan of the Elves. It is good to meet you. He extends like a hand to either of them, kind of in a comical manner.
Yeah, they kind of like look at you somewhat. What does he want from us?
Okay. Understanding that the handshakes aren't a thing here, just as a nod. Um, the first thing here for is the humans in the larger clan in the middle of these forests east of here say that there's some sort of or talks of some sort of infamy between your peoples and them, and we are here asking around to understand the problems, see if something has been going wrong in these parts.
The centaur translates, and you hear the other centaur saying something. The tone is kind of unfriendly. Is your guess?
Okay.
And then the second centaur says, "We don't deal with the humans anymore. They have wronged us, and therefore we have decided that they are no longer welcome in this part of the forest."
See Reuben slightly fall into thought as he nods along, and looking at both of them. Uh, I will be. I will be fair with you as well. I also do not hold much contempt for the humans of these parts. I've also felt of their schemingness and slyness. I am not at all of a favorable impression of them. I mostly came here to understand that there wasn't any large problems with your peoples. I came here out of your other concern. As he tries to say, like, output like sincerity and show sincerity on his face, saying those words. Uh,
Well, that sounds like the humans.
Indeed. The second main parting thing that we came here for was well, I guess this is also mixing in with the humans as well. A rather nastier group of humans, uh, a clan that even the normals of the humans push out and are enemies against, has been spotted here quite recently, only a few days ago. And from what I understand, they moved close to your woods. I talked to her name was Arya, right? DM. That's
Yep.
the I talked to Arya of the eastern side of these woods, the Dryad, seemingly looking for a recognition from these centaurs.
The centaur nods, like gives verbal confirmation that he seems to understand what you're talking about.
Uh, she wanted me to pass you a message as well of these humans seem to have traveled to the north of these woods, and most likely in the past couple of days went past the western side where you are. From what I understand of these humans, they are of the most despicable kind, even more wretched than the ones, well, in the big clan that live around here. They would absolutely mind not any schemes or treachery against these woods, or any damage they would do is of no concern or moral concern to them. So I came here to give your people a warning or a message of to beware. of this group that seems to be moving around.
How do we know that this is that group of humans and not any other group of humans?
Ruben subscribe. They should be roughly of uh, 20 or so in size, a group of humans, all wearing metallic armor, partially all wearing all types of weapons. Uh, they should be most likely hiding around, attempting to travel by roads, not like the other humans, attempting to graze past the bigger clans.
A armed force. Good to know. To my knowledge, they have not passed through our part so far. But unlike the Dryads, we don't have that great of that many informants.
I understand. It is just a warming. We are actually on the hunt for this group of humans. They are a plague even to the other humans around these areas. We felt it so that felling them or hunting them would be of kind to all factions that live in these lands. Um, so I so thank you for this information. It can help us attempt to track these dastardly humans down. Um, then Gunnar, in like a slightly awkward way, Reuven still isn't super understanding or super like. Uh,
Corfin whispers in your direction and says, in common,
mhm.
might want to ask them what the humans have done to them.
Reuven nods back. Yes, I was just about to attempt that. Can you translate what's been happening to Uzmar and Viglav as well?
Corfin nods and like, from now on you can listen in Osma if you want to. Corfin is
Yes.
translating back and forth.
Okay.
We're just back.
Okay, so yeah, Reuben turns back with a slight like hint of not being a very social person, so slightly awkwardly going. Would it be very bad? Could we understand uh, what these humans of the large clan in these woods did, or what their transgression was, or is this?
Well, it wasn't the. We don't deal with the people from the city. It was the humans in the settlement deep in the forest. It is them that we had trade agreements with. And after some unfortunate events, they decided to disregard all of us as, I don't know what exact words they use, but they decided that they are cutting us off from our trade agreements and therefore no more humans here. Straightforward.
Ah, I see. So this is done by these. I believe the humans call them deep wood
All
people.
humans belong to the same group, I think.
Ah, uh, Ruben looks like kind of into the distance. In the when I first gamed these lands, I my understanding was the same as you. Though I have seen of these different human clans, and these I think there is more to learn about humans than either of us, our people, could expect. They are quite different. As Ruben does a side eye glance at Usma. Uh, but okay, I understand. So these Deepwood clan people cheated you of your deals and broke off your agreements. Would
Cheated is the wrong word, but we do not, as this clan of centaurs, we dislike to be just written off as one of us represents all of us.
I see. So one of the human representatives of that clan were, as you say, oh, this is I'm already learned going back to common. So the humans disrespected you and your people.
The centaur looks at you strangely as you have just switched language.
No, like Ruben slightly was going back to common for because he's not been spoken
Oh,
Elven since long.
okay.
Yeah, he goes back to mends his earlier problem and questionable figures of speech and still in Elven talks of. So they disrespected you, one of your people.
One of we have an agreement with them. We had an agreement with them that we keep clear of their lands. We keep weird creatures out of their compounds, and for this they trade with us. Especially they have this delicious brew. It tastes slightly bitter and has a funny effect on your mind. Something that we are not able to make ourselves. And somehow one of my clan's members, it went to his head and he maybe trashed a part of one of the taverns, and well, after that event they decided that all centers are raging creatures that cannot be trusted. And long story short, that's why we have decided that this forest is no longer welcoming to humans. What they can do to us, we can do to them. That's just fair.
I understand your problems or your reasons. These I have seen this happen before. Yes, humans can be very uh, mean and disrespectful for entire peoples. Um, Although, and Ruben kindly considers back and forth of like remembers what's happened in Low Bay, and then remembers how much Usmar really wanted that library, or like go into that library and stuff. But so eventually sighs and says, "Yeah, I understand. From what I have been able to well see in these human clans, others also have these drink we talked about. Would you be interested to see if some of these humans could be given these things to you? Or understand that you think of humans as all the same, as these Deepwood clan and the Lobe clan are both same. From what I have seen and understood, they are very, very different. With also, if possible, I think I could talk to one of these or human Lobe clan if it be possible for you to regain, let them pass through your woods again. I could even attempt to see if these humans apologize to you and your people.
They chatter between themselves in center for a while.
Hmm. I look back to the party, still like kind of stumbling between his words and not really sure if what he said was correct or
I show Ruben a thumbs up.
he very like uh, slightly scaredly gives you a tiny thumbs up. Not like actually scared, but like not confident in himself at all. Like gives you a tiny thumbs up.
I raise my other arm to give another thumbs up.
The centers finish chatting with each other, um, and the elven speaking one says to you, I have spoken with our leader, and your offer is interesting, but we will have to discuss this with the clan. So, um, meet us again in 1 week's time. Ask for Kazakh.
I attempt to pronounce the name, to attempt to nail the how you would say that. Kazakh?
Kazakh.
Kazakh?
Kazakh, yeah.
Okay.
And as she says the name, like the large center with the shield and lance, like nods in your direction. It's probably his name.
I nod back. Of course, that is very reasonable. Okay, I can also talk to humans and let them know of the situation.
All right.
Would you like to just me and my companions to come, or should I bring if is need, should I bring a representative of a human clan?
If there is someone like this that you find trustworthy, you might want to bring them.
There's a slight frown on Ruin's face as he mentions the word trustworthy. I see. Okay. That will then depend on them. But I and my companions will definitely come then. In 1 week.
Yes. And if you don't meet us directly, just ask for Kazakh. And, well, maybe don't bring them. She kind of vaguely points in the direction of the rest of your party. As we will have to go deeper into our lands, and at some point none of them will be welcome anymore.
I see. Okay. I'm fine with that. We can. I shall remember it, and Come again in 1 week. As he slightly stutters, but just nods multiple times.
The center nods and then says, "For now, please head around our part of this forest." And she points north.
Okay. I look at the party that's hopefully been translated, the whole part.
Mhm.
If they're fine with everything, if they have any questions. Which is
I don't at least.
no NPC questions, Duck?
Nope.
Usman doesn't have any, or Coffin doesn't have anything? Okay.
Nope.
Then Ruben thinks, what would be like faster, just going north directly to like the road? Or like going back towards Low Bay?
It's about the same.
Okay, yeah. How many hours have we already traveled?
3.
Okay. We might have to like rest in the night then. If we can't reach Grale. So I guess that's fine. Yeah, I think
This will be a day's travel total, right? Here's a day. I mean, half a day. And then we'd get 18 miles. So that would be 18 miles from here.
What do you only get 18?
If we have half a day, right?
isn't our movement 48?
No, I think it's 24 if we all succeed, but we probably will some
Right,
fail.
because you guys. Yeah.
Hopefully no one gets a nat 1, so it'll be 18, so we would get there.
So,
I think that's a pretty risky spot to sleep. 9 more miles.
back to Low Bay, I guess. And, yeah, at least in this in this current situation, Ruben nods and goes, "Okay, that is very much acceptable. We will not intrude upon your lands if you wish it not so. We will skirt around them."
We could with 3 hours of pushing make it to Brale. Probably worth it, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Plus, normally, we wouldn't have to take like the sleeping watch orders thing. So, the 3 hours.
Do we have to roll like con checks with that, DM?
Nah. Just gonna have like a nighttime encounter check before you arrive there.
So Reuven finished the interaction, still awkward with the centaurs, but I guess they're pretty awkward as well. So he kind of just waves them off. So I look back at the party. Are we going the fastest to try to get to the road, or do we just go to Low Bay?
I think we try to make it to Brale today.
Okay.
Right. As you like get back to your horses and mount up again and try to ride out, you hear like that there are some centaurs that are moving away from like the sides and behind of you.
Can I pick up my ears and attempt to do a listen on how many pairs, or I guess fours of hooves I hear?
Sure, give me your best perception check.
Close.
Close. At least 5.
Okay.
Okay, so you head back to the road and then you try to head around the forest for the rest of the day. What does that mean to us?
I put the altar self rock into my satchel and turned back into a human.
Disgusting human.
you.
Ay, 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 ay. Jesus. Why do people drive motorbikes? Yeah, you head around the forest. Do you want to roll perception checks?
Are we still in the forest? Sure.
No, no. Out of the like, you get to the road, then you head out the road, and then you go around the forest, just to see if there's something interesting you spot while you're riding along.
I spot it.
You spot an awesome. Sadly, you don't spot it, but that's fine. And everybody, give me a riding check. So, do we need here? So wisdom.
Or is it half wisdom?
Yeah.
Not on that one.
Skill check. Wisdom. Skill check. Wisdom. Ooh. Wiglove gets it on with his horse. Dum-dum-dum. Alright, so yeah, it's 18 speed for today. Coffin is having a few troubles. Also, Wiglove's not wearing his armor
What?
for riding
Like,
speed.
not. Yeah.
Or should he wear armor and mistreat his horse?
Just do the mistreat meme, right?
Okay.
Ruben would probably be against that, but he's also not super vocal about it because it isn't. It's ultimately up to our big love friend. So
Yeah, so this would take you way into the night to get to Friday. This is what you notice after a while, like the progress is not as fast as you expected.
No, I did the calculations with 18 movement speed.
How far do you think you have to move?
I think after a normal movement day, it's 3 more hours to brawl in.
It's 30 miles.
we can probably skirt closer to the woods. We probably aren't very scared of the.
We're
some
moving. So we have like a half day ish, which is like 18 miles ish.
Mm-hmm.
So somewhere here, 10 miles.
So
What is
30
that?
miles.
30 miles.
Yeah.
This is way into the night.
Yeah, but it's we have 10 miles after the normal walking, which is like 1/3 of a day, which is like 3 hours ish. So like 1 a.m. or something.
Yeah, it's way into the night. Like it's getting dark and you're not even close. And then you still want to keep going. Not making
Yeah.
camp.
I looked at the party to see.
Yes.
As we've been like going this way from the road this way, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Ruben's been attempting to find any tracks.
Ooh, let's check. Now we have to bring out the tracking rules.
Tracking table.
Tables, tracking, special tracking modifiers. So you want to roll. Your base tracking score is equal to your wisdom. Okay. And then we have modifiers. Dum-dum-dum. How many modifiers do we have? So first thing we need to check is how long ago would the tracks have been made if they were been made. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 days.
Right. We're also looking for to see if maybe because it might have been only like 2 days, because if they went from Renio
Yeah.
to up there,
Yeah.
so that modifier is kept secret. You'll tell us the end result, I
I'm
guess.
just saying, like, what you would think is that they went by there like sometime Tuesday or Wednesday. So that's at least 5 days. Then the terrain. Forest fields, dusty indoor area. Sounds good. So that's +2. Light is fine, so nothing there. +2, +3. Something. Every hour of rain, snow, or sleet since trail was made. Every 12 hours since trail was made. So that's a 4 then, and a lot of rain. But it's not hard rain, so let's say it's another 6 here, which gives me a total of -2.
Okay.
So you want to roll a less than 14. No, what's your wisdom? Less than your wisdom -2.
14. Yeah.
Your wisdom is 14,
Yeah.
so less than 12.
So click the Ruben window tracking button, modifier of 0. Oh, I'll just roll a d20.
Modifier should be -2 then.
It's fine, I'll just roll a d20.
All right, that's a success. Yeah, you indeed spot tracks leading around the forest somewhere close to the edge, but not like very close, but clearly there's a group of bipedal creatures has moved around the forest. Your best guess is indeed 5 days ago where you are right now.
Okay.
The tracks are kind of getting soggy because it has started raining this day, which is probably the only reason why you still see them, that it hasn't rained the last few days.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't see any new tracks that are like near the same path.
No, this is the only like group of tracks that you see. It's slightly obvious to you, but yeah.
Okay. I let the party know this.
I assume the track direction is southwards.
Yeah. Kind of like as you continue there, Reuven takes like some time to try to spot the track, and it's probably the same direction as you are heading.
Mm-hmm. They're moving at 18, right? And Ruin's probably moving at 24 with his horse, so
Yeah.
he can probably move about a bit more. I think we should.
Dum-dum-dum. There's also like identification check that you can roll if you want to.
Sure. To like confirm if there are like if we've been scammed and there's more like 25 people there.
As a level 4 ranger, you get general type of creature and specific type of creature and where it was heading.
Okay.
Probable number of creatures is level 5 upwards.
Okay, then I'm not even gonna roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, as a group of obviously bipedal creature, this is what you can tell just from looking at it. They were heading. The tracks are going approximately the same direction you are heading. Might be technically moving in the opposite direction, but You would have to check out which direction the tracks are leading, but just
Ruben is
guesstimating. It's
confident
yeah.
in himself.
Yeah. All right. So you continue onwards. And let's see. All right. Continue.
Yeah, I think we go into the night as
Yeah.
much as it takes.
You go into the night, and as night falls, I need another perception check from everyone in the party. See if you spot something. Everyone in the party except for the person who can see in the dark. No, just kidding. I need to take this one.
I'll roll one for Cat as well.
Yeah, it's fine. Cat and Wiglove are the only two who pass. Alright. So let's see what they would see if they see something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ooh, what's this? Eh. Nothing. Nothing interesting that you can see as you're riding along.
Shame.
Shame, yeah. And as the day comes to an end, you arrive in the middle of the night in Fraley.
Have I been keeping like a lookout on the tracks this entire time?
It's getting dark, and once it has gotten dark, it's become like harder to spot it easily.
If needed, I will like leave a very obvious mark in the like when it's starting to get dark. I think I'll probably not be able to get the marks anymore. Like leave a very obvious like chunk of wood somewhere or like a stick in the ground inside the marks. So if I need to come back like through this way, it'd be much easier to see the tracks again.
Okay. Yeah, you can do this if you want to. As you come close to Fraley, you see before they can see you, you see a group of town guards standing at the edge of the town. Like you pass like some of the outside farmsteads, and then you can see some lights still coming from the town, and as you get closer you see a group of guards standing at the edge of the town with torches.
We hail them, I suppose.
Yeah. This time, Ruben lets Usma go first. As we're in human territory now.
Alright, what do you say? As you come closer, they start to
But I
hear
don't
your
see them,
horses, and
I don't see them before. Actually, no, wait.
they have torches. Everybody
Yeah.
sees them.
Okay.
As they start to hear the horses, you see that they get into like a defensive position. Shields in front, spears ready.
Nice. Just travelers on the road looking to sleep in Brale. Or Frale. However this town is pronounced.
It's Fraley.
And I
Where do you come from in the middle of the night?
made it from Low Bay. Wanted to make the trip in one day. Didn't want to sleep out in the wilderness with bandits about.
Approach slowly.
I look to my party and say, "All right, slow your horses." And trot towards them. I get off my horse actually, and
I'll follow down my horse.
Alright, party dismounts. No, you two dismount. The gnome and the dwarf keep sitting on the horses. Yeah, you get closer, and As the light of the torches starts shining at you, they seem to slightly relax and say, well, didn't expect it. The bandits are back already, but can't never be too safe.
Yeah, I heard you guys had trouble not too long ago.
We had trouble. The next town over had trouble. And the next town after that has trouble as well. As we have just heard today.
Oh, they went to Musa?
Yes. Last night.
Okay.
Well, Ruben, Uzmar, it appears that our calculations were slightly inaccurate.
Yep. Seems weird.
When did you say? When did you say these bandits attacked Musa?
From what we have heard last night.
So they've had today to travel.
Maybe they were no, last night. Yes. And today is Sunday night.
You were in the night between Sunday and Monday, and they attacked at Saturday night.
So
They've
they
had a
had
day to travel.
this day to travel.
So maybe all the way up here. On Sunday.
But from what we heard, they got smacked around a bit in Musa. Got a bit unlucky.
Did they retreat?
Yeah. Didn't get anything.
Northwards?
Could be.
Or
Who knows? It's in the middle of the night. They attacked. Well, you would have to ask people in Musa where they attacked from and where they headed afterwards.
yeah, that's fine. We'll catch their tracks. Let's go to sleep. Let's not. Did they die too much? Is there a tavern somewhere here?
Yes, but at this time of the day, owner's probably asleep already.
We pay good gold. I'm
Does
sure
good
after-
gold wake up people?
Yeah, it's good enough to wake up people.
Good luck. And they point you in the direction of the inn.
We go to the inn.
Yeah.
Knock on
Door's
the door.
locked.
Knock on the door.
It's locked.
Knock on it
How do we
harder.
know it's locked from just knocking, DM?
I don't
Knock
know.
on it
Nobody
harder.
opens the door. Okay, let's put it like this. And it's not flying open, so it's at least somehow locked.
Knock
Knock at it
harder.
harder, knock at it harder, knock at it harder. People are sleeping, as I told you. 10, 13, half of 13 is 6. Well, they don't hear you knocking.
I go around, try to find like a window.
Sure. There's like some places where there are like these shutters on the outside of the building.
Okay, do I see anyone inside?
Oh, they are closed.
Okay, I knock near the windows or on the windows, depending on what the shutters are like.
They are wooden shutters and they are closed, so you have to knock on the shutters.
Yep, I knock on the shutters.
All right. No reaction.
Is there like any other apartments near this?
There's houses everywhere, yeah.
How close are they?
At the other side of the road.
How many feet?
12.
Fuck. Okay. I say Corfin, go and knock at the door. Can I position myself in such a way that I could cover one dark stone and have the light stone hit inside the house through like shutters or something?
What?
I want to move into a position such that within a 60-foot radius of me, there is only the inn is the only building within like a 60-foot radius of me.
Nah, it's not happening.
Okay, well then just go to the front door and knock again, repeatedly.
You keep knocking at the door, and after like 10 minutes or so, somebody from across the road shouts, "Stop knocking! What's your problem? It's in the middle of the night."
That's my problem. I want to go to sleep.
So
Most
do
taverns
I.
are
So
open.
stop knocking.
Sorry?
Stop knocking.
How am I gonna get in the tavern then?
You don't need to get into the tavern. Sounds like you have already had enough.
No, I haven't had at all. I just want to sleep. I'm a traveler.
Just sleep on the ground or sleep in
I
some.
continue knocking.
You can continue knocking. Okay. The person keeps shouting for a bit, then gives up, and a few minutes later, the door opens, and in front of you is like a really grumpy-looking man
Um,
with a nightcap on, a lamp in his hand,
I pull
Hey.
out.
large club
I-
at his side.
I open up a gold pouch. I open up like a pouch of 50 gold.
Don't you
What?
people have manners? What's the problem with you?
Manners, I need to sleep. I'm tired. That's what I have.
I'm tired as well, and I want to sleep as well, but I
I
don't go
jingle
knocking
that-
around.
I jingled a bag of 50 gold.
Let me guess. You're from the city, right?
Yep.
He stretches out his hand.
I give him, what, 20 gold?
You give him 20 gold. He slightly raises one eyebrow and says, "It's fine. Just come inside."
We go inside.
I need to
Do we
wake
bring
up
the
the stable
horses
boy.
inside? Do they have
No.
a spot for the horses?
Give me a moment. And he goes somewhere else. You hear some knocking and shouting deeper into the tavern. As,
These are some very weird customs for you humans.
These aren't customs. It's just odd circumstances.
and you see a young boy kind of getting dressed while he's running outside, grabbing the reins of the horses and leading them to the back of the inn, put them in the stables.
Nice. Ruben, can you go check up on this guy? Just make sure that the horses aren't being.
Of course,
Shield or something.
my legendary mount needs to make sure he is not badly treated.
I go into that.
This
I got
guy is
the-
doing an excellent job at brushing down the horses and feeding them. Wiglaf also throws down a spell on his horse.
Nice.
And he would also have, yeah. All right. The innkeeper gives you 4 keys to 4 rooms
Nice.
and says rooms are upstairs. Breakfast at 7. Once the sun is up.
Gotcha.
Good night. And he
Good night.
grumpily heads back into his bedroom. A sizable chunk of money richer than he expected to be when he went to bed this day for the first time. Yeah, and you can sleep. Are you expecting to fight the next day and are looking to prepare for fights?
No, yeah, I think we should be ready now at all times.
Alright, okay,
Yeah.
so I think you went over some memes as to what spells people should have ready. So
Mhm.
please let me know which spells Coffin's supposed to learn and if you had any special plans with Wiglaf.
I had some plans with Wiglaf, but I didn't think about Corfin at all. Probably like, what do you have? Stinking Cloud, Stinking Cloud.
He has invisibility
Orphan. No, he's not gonna get Invis. He's gonna use Stinking. Stinking.
Does he have
Uh,
enough spell slots?
He's level 4, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't have any dimensional spells for his second level slot, right?
He has.
What does he have?
Oh, it's 3 too. Okay, so 4 3. Just play self.
Yeah, but he's not casting that.
True, but he has it. So not invisibility.
He probably
Stinking
I
Cloud.
want him to have an enlarge, color spray, and 2 magic missiles.
Enlarge. He always has enlarge, 2 magic missiles, and 1 color spray. He also has grease and light
Maybe
as
we want Grease. Grease pretty
other
good.
spells.
It's only 4 things. I think we have so many AoE controls, it's not worth it.
Okay. So seconds is just 2 clouds.
Yeah, I think so. Or would you rather him have an Invis?
No, I think that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, so Wiglaf needs 1 Dispel Fatigue, and what else should he have on spells?
He needs to scam cast Iron Vigil in the morning, so he doesn't need to prepare anymore. Or he doesn't need to sleep anymore after this preparation. And then I think for cure light wounds
Scamcast Iron Vigil.
command, maybe 1 command, 3 hold persons and withdraw.
Iron
Or was
Vigil
there
goes
something else?
for 11 days.
Are there any other second level spells that were good other than hold person?
So what did you say? All cure light wounds?
Cure light wounds for all level 1 slots except 1 command, just in case.
No bless.
Bless is very good.
No.
I don't know if we have
No
time to
aid?
bless.
Okay, well,
The way the combat's going, or the way we expect the combat to happen, I don't know if he can bless.
just 2, but second lowest slots is just both hold person.
He has a lot more slots, so he can take 3 hold
So
persons.
he does not take all cure light wounds. He takes 1 orison.
No, that's probably better. Right?
Cure light wounds, cure light wounds. Alright, and then... Oh no, cure light wounds, and then command. That's what you said.
Yeah.
He needs 1 Dispel Fatigue, so one slot
Okay,
is
so
blocked.
so fuck the command then. Or
So
is that level 2?
command is level 1.
Okay, then fuck the command. No, the dispel fatigue.
He needs Dispel Fatigue, else his horse is fucked after this day.
Yeah, what level is that?
First level.
Okay, so fuck the command then.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay, so you want 3 cure light wounds over 1 command.
Yep.
Alright. It's your choice.
I mean, Ruben can also pick. I'm just.
And then
Let
for
me do all of
second
it.
level, you wanted what?
I wanted 3 hold persons and a withdraw.
No silence, anything?
Well, it depends how silence works. Do people wake up if it's silent all of a sudden?
If your surroundings drastically change, you always have a chance of waking up.
Yeah.
And the absence of sound is a drastic change.
Yep. So probably better to just take hold persons then.
But if the person does not wake up at the exact time, like as the change happens, and then you go in the silent zone and start stabbing people, they're not waking up from you stabbing people. So it's a trade-off.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think Ruben should be able to make some of these calls. Don't let me do all of it, but I would vote for hold persons. I think they're better.
Okay.
How many
plus
second slots does he have?
I think
4.
it's 4.
Maybe 4 hold persons in Dutch?
Yeah, I went for 3 and then 1 withdraw. But
Okay, he will, instead of the third hold person, take a Wyvern Watch.
Okay.
Sure.
Right. So spells are ready for the day, and you can head out.
Wait, I need to do my spells. I didn't do my spells.
Oh yeah, please give me your spells as well.
We didn't want to do invis on me for in the beginning of the
Yeah, I
morning.
think might as well, because Wiglaive is going to take some time preparing, so we're going to scam cast an Invis and an
But we're
Invis
not
on
gonna.
me.
We need to travel with a fucking horse for the entire day. We're not gonna be able to.
Yeah, I think we're going to scam cast Invis, then see if it works. If it doesn't work, then we can break the Invis, but if we can, then...
Coffin has to spend 1 invis anyways, so
Sure.
he can
So-
invis Ruven in the morning.
Actually, I need to spend 2 Invises as well.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody's invis.
You invest a cat.
Sure.
Invisi
Okay,
cat. It's like the worst idea ever.
I'm
It
writing my
is.
things. I think I wanted to enlarge as well.
Yes, both. We wanted both the melees to enlarge.
Yep.
But both
And
the
then
masters to enlarge.
2 magic missiles and a sleep. Do you think that's good, or do you think color spray is better than sleep?
I'd say sleep might even be better than a freaking
Magic missile.
missile.
I think so too, but I think since I have 2 glitter dusts, then I have like 3 AoE things. It's better to get magic missiles.
Sure. But is glitter dust just makes them blind, right? That doesn't just that blind doesn't mean that they're like taken out.
Yep. Well, if we're trying to assassinate them in the night, then yeah, glitter dust isn't gonna do much. But in
But maybe
combat,
take 2 sleeps? It's
Sorry?
up to you.
sorry.
Just maybe one more sleep might not be too bad.
Yeah, but then I have 1 magic missile, which is fine. I can do that, but
Up to you. Up to you entirely.
I think I'm gonna keep the 2 magic missiles because I have 2 glitter dusts.
Okay. And question on the stink cloud. We've not even seen it used yet, right? Do we? If I ask Coffin, does he know if like could I shoot arrows through it? Is it like dense? Does it obscure people? No.
I'm checking.
Ah, okay.
It does not obscure, no.
Cool.
Okay. Here's my spells.
Why do you
Right.
post an image link?
It's cleaner this way.
You can just
Very
copy the sheet in Discord. Like copy the table in Discord.
Copy the table in Discord. How does that work?
You have it in like a Excel sheet, right?
Yeah.
Or just copy the cells into Discord.
Does it auto format it?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It should.
What were we gonna put on the stone? Usma, did you?
Oh yeah, the stone.
Well, there's nothing on the stone, I guess.
You can put invis on the stone as well. Just the last cast.
Oh, true. I put invis on the stone. Yeah, that's where I used the last invis.
Okay. Have you tried how Invis works with the stone yet?
Nope.
Okay.
But wary that it might become invisible as I cast it. Like the rock itself also might be invisible. I make sure to not lose it, and I keep it placed in a place where I know. So I try to cast it, put it like right in front of me on a desk, and see if it's invisible.
I mean, you need to touch the rock to cast Invis on the rock anyway, so.
Yeah.
The rock does
After-
not become invisible. You become invisible, and then the rock becomes invisible as you touch it.
Okay, I place the rock on a table.
The rock becomes visible, you become visible.
Okay, nice. I take the rock and put it in my satchel.
Yeah, as you pick it back up, you become invisible again.
Yep, I put it in my satchel.
Mm-hmm.
Becoming visible, I assume.
Yep. All right. So, time to head where?
How much can we travel?
Depending on Coffin's horse roll, which is a 1.
Do the horses really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do the horses get spooked by invisibility?
Is
That's
anyone
why
invisible at the moment?
Reuven will appear invisible at the morning, together with the cat. Both invisible.
Okay. Um,
How does my legendary mount?
Give me a non-proficient animal handling check to see how your horse reacts.
Is that half wisdom?
Have wisdom, yeah.
18.
It doesn't take it well. Like, something's touching it, but the horse doesn't know what is touching it. So the horse like moves away from what's touching it. And
Okay.
it's like,
I tell Ruben that you can punch a wall to break the invis.
I will attempt to do so.
yeah, you punch the wall, become visible again.
Now is the question though: if the cat is hidden in my cloak
Mhm.
and is grabbing onto me, do I become invisible?
No.
Okay. But it is now invisible completely in my cloak.
Yes.
Cool. So I don't have to worry about it peeking out. It can peek out as much as it wants.
Yes.
And then I will go on the horse again.
All right. So everybody's on their horses, and you're heading out towards Reniel and then Musa, I guess.
Oh my god, hey, this is actually an important thing. I didn't read the invis spell list part before, but there's this kind of a thing on it. Oh, it's 10 or more hit dice. Sorry, I thought it was 10 or more int. Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind.
13 or more.
Yeah, never mind. I did read this before, never mind.
Okay. So, plan is go head south.
I think so.
With 24 movement, right? Because Corfin?
Yep.
Can I roll my check as well?
Oh no, you can have 18 movements or 36. Unless you fuck up as well.
1d20 plus 6. Nice.
Nice. So 18 movements.
Cool.
So that's
Ruben
32.
will keep on attempting to see any tracks, especially fresher tracks going back.
Unfortunately, today it's raining really heavy. Like really, really heavy. It's pouring. It's like on a scale from 1 to 10 how heavy it's raining. It's a 9.
Can I take a pee break?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
All right.
Pee break. All right. Burp. Burp, burp. Nobody else. I'm so alone. So alone. So alone. I'm so alone. So alone. So alone. So alone. So alone.
Hi.
Hi. I'm no longer so alone.
You're welcome.
I'm so alone. What's number 9 on the list? 3, 4,
Me.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nothing again. How unfortunate. Alright,
Unfortunato.
true. I need a third monitor
Why?
because I at all times technically need open my DM screen, my player screen browser, and
Is the DM screen pretty
OBS.
simple? Can't you like print that out and just have a paper?
No, I
copy?
mean I need my Roll20 DM screen.
No.
I need two browser windows, one with the player browser and one with the DM browser.
You know what's the easy way to fix the player browser thing?
I'm back.
Just zoom it out all the way. You know, it looks better, and you have context, and you don't have to worry about messing it up.
I mean, I still need to have it open somewhere.
Yeah, just zoom it out. Then you're less likely to have it somewhere, have the party not show, and then you see where they are in the world.
Alright, I zoomed it out.
Good, but I can't see Tarega.
Yeah.
Not zoomed out enough. Tarega.
You know what we should do? We should, in downtime, train our horses to be able to like let us ride invisible, and then we all just go invisible.
Group of
True.
horses without riders, but cells.
Might be a lot of downtime. Are you drinking wine?
Yeah,
What? the fuck?
sparkling
Very
wine.
Very fancy.
Sparkling wine is what I'm drinking. Sparkling black wine. Alright,
Ooh.
head out. Let's roll.
Let's roll.
Let's roll. You're rolling southwards. There's no more tracks to be spotted. I
We
mean,
traveled 32 in total.
So we want to get
36.
to Moose, I think. Do we want to even go? Rainier is so in the way that we can't really make any speed from Musa, even if we like do the.
I think
very
we-
minor-
I think we want to stop at Renier and ask the people if they've seen the bandits.
Mhm.
Sure.
Alright, so you duck to Reniel and get greeted by a group of guards as well. This time, since it's still light outside, they quickly recognize the fact that you are not a group of bandits and hail you, and you can chat with them, and they will tell you the same thing. The night before last day, Musa has been attacked. The bandits got smacked around a bit. They retreated. Or the guards in Musa just talking shit. It's also a possibility.
And if the
And-
retreating bandits headed this way, past Renier.
They have not seen them.
Okay. Do you want to take like go like this to Musa?
Why?
I don't know. Like, wait, what is what is our understanding of the Centaur area? Is it like this entire west area, or is it like just this area?
Um, you don't really know. You didn't ask them. The general idea you probably got is that like the east side of the forest, that's like where the dryads are keeping track of what's going on, and the west side of the forest is where the centaurs are keeping track of what's going on. And then there's like crazy things happening in between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would assume that they probably. I don't know where they'd retreat. I think they'd retreat like this. Because they want to be out of county lines. I'm not sure. But I think we head to Musa anyway.
So you're heading directly to Musa?
Yeah, I can't see, even if we do this to like attempt to see tracks, it's raining too heavily to see any tracks.
Yep, sure. We can go to Musa. Straight line.
I'm assuming the rain also makes our field of view while traveling like less, so we can't see as far.
Kind
Or
of,
is it
yeah.
not?
Yeah. But this is like a very open field area, so you usually see pretty far, so you still see far, but like not as far.
Okay. If we're like in the middle, like how many could we still see the like the end of the three-way here?
Yes.
Cool.
All right. So to Musa you go.
Yep.
To Musa you go. How many miles have you traveled?
10, seems.
When you arrive in Musa?
21.
21. So that's like 2/3 of the day.
Yep.
Yeah, good enough. So you arrive in Musa in the early afternoon. Same story, group of guards sees you, hails you, and you can chat with them.
We heard there was a bandit attack here. You fended them off, or did they escape?
Yeah, they attacked like night before last night. Somehow they, I don't know, we quickly got a good stance around. They tried to attack, we repelled them, got some good hits in, and they retreated.
Was there like a general direction for the retreat?
They attacked like around here, this side of town, like you're the north side of the town at the moment.
Yeah.
They headed away from here, I guess.
Into the woods?
I don't know, maybe. We
They
haven't seen them since, so
They didn't try to like go around or head south, right?
they might have. I don't know what they did in the dark, but they just sounded the retreat alarm and ran away.
How many? You go.
Did you get any captives?
No. No captives, no deads. But neither did they get anything. So it's a success on our part, I would say.
Did you get a count of how many of them there were?
2 dozen, maybe a few less. I don't know. It's hard to tell in the dark. You can't see all of them at the same time, and to be honest, you're busy doing other things than counting bandits. You're looking to fight them or what?
Yep. You said that not the bandits didn't suffer any losses. You just got a good position on them.
Yeah.
Okay. It could be that they might be attacking again.
Might be. But we are ready. That's what I say.
You're more than ready now with us here.
Let them come again. I'm gonna smack them around again. It's no problem. It's not like
Awesome.
shitters up north in Reniel. People died there, you know? Idiots.
Yep. Hey now. Ruben, did you have any ideas here?
Like you said, they might come back to attack. I am not very familiar with these prey. They are foreign. Humans are foreign to me. I do not know if they have this thinking to come back to a failed hunt, or if they would rather turn away and try a other easier spot.
The way the it could be. It's just that often the way these raids go, it's more dependent on the initial positions, and then they try to get a little bit of what they can. And it seems that the guards here just had good positions, so they might just try again from like the southern border or something, where maybe it's easier to get
So
foot in.
if you say if they are such more prideful creatures that would rather attempt an attack again, we could still stay here for the night, but we still have a few hours of light left. We could do a easy, like a short distance search around this clan Musa.
Yep, I think that's wise.
And see if we spot their camp. I believe with this rainfall, the tracking is extremely difficult. Am I correct in that, DM?
With the rain, yeah.
Wait,
The
sorry,
rain's fucking you.
what day did they attack Musa? Sunday night?
Saturday night.
Saturday night. And today is Monday.
Yes.
So they've traveled the entirety of Sunday, and if they traveled maybe the half of Monday that we traveled,
Yeah.
they're in like 24 plus 12.
They probably didn't travel that way. They
We
would have
didn't
had.
see anyone.
Yeah. So probably like either this way, which is also unlikely. I think they just retreated towards the forest and tried to regroup. I think we could scout like some like this kind of an area today.
Okay, I am fine with that.
So like, okay, maybe go here and here. I'm just wondering if do we want to send Ruben to scout alone so that, because you're on a horse, they're not gonna catch you, and yeah, maybe it's better like that.
That is also fine. Do you want to split up and you guys go and travel look in the other area? Or you guys stay here, and because then we don't, I'm both in danger. I could.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else is as proficient with animals as you.
Okay.
But Reuven, here, I take like a handkerchief and I grab the stone from my satchel, and I kind of look at Reuven, scanning if he has any like belt pouches or anything. Do you have any belt pouches?
Are you still
Sorry.
here?
Yes, I am. I heard it, but I couldn't respond. I apologize. So you give me a handkerchief with the stone in it?
I scan your body for belt pouches.
I do have one that's
Okay.
more or less empty even. That has like
Okay.
15 coins in it.
Okay. I with the handkerchief I drop like a little metal shard in it. And I like keep the belt pouch open and like point to it to make sure that you see it. If it seems that you're in great danger, grab hold of this rock. Oh, and here, and I give him a light stone and a darkness stone. Put these in the pouch as well. I jam him into the bottom.
Ruben kind of looks at you. Very much you see in his eyes, kind of like, this isn't really. Whatever you're giving, you probably isn't going to be very good, but at least he tries, and there's that kind of sentiment in Ruben's eyes. He's like, that's cute. Oh, that you care so much.
Earlier today in the morning, when you were turned invisible, that grabbing onto the rock should have a similar effect. And the other stones should cancel whatever light or darkness spells they try to cast on you, since Luke is known for that.
He straightens up his face a bit and nods at you. Thank you, my companion. I am very happy that you care so much.
Of course. How could I not?
Reuven, have you ever interacted with the stone, rock, shard,
Oh no.
metal
That
block
doesn't
before?
work.
I don't believe so. But he probably goes away first.
You did once. You had like with the horse, right?
What? Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, that was the only. I touched it probably there, but it was
Yeah.
connected with the horse. Yeah.
Wait, I would remember this. Usmar's big brain. So maybe we make it to as Ruben's like leaving or something. I'm like, wait, Ruben.
No, you fucked up. He has the rock and he's leaving. You messed up.
No, wait.
You're not taking my input to change your actions.
Yeah, I think this is fair. I think the DM is in the fair here. I'm sorry, Toph.
You haven't tried it yet. Deal with the consequences, okay?
Okay. It'll work. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Totally
I
fine.
will attempt to try it though. After like a few minutes of travel away from Musa,
Hmm.
I'll like poke the stone with one finger.
Yeah.
Oh.
You feel nothing. You can still see your hand.
Yeah, I check myself. Am I invisible? Poke,
Yeah.
poke.
Not to
Touch it.
yourself, at least. Maybe you're invisible to everybody else around you, but
I check with the cat. I ask, hey, yeah, my companion, if I do this, am I invisible? And I poke, poke.
no.
Huh,
What invisible?
like
I-
you are.
Oh, I super invisible always.
Yes, but I think now you're even more. Oh, well, I
No.
think. Well, maybe the stupid wizard has slightly helped you. You don't think so? He's a bad wizard, but he tries.
Maybe. I
All right.
can't see hand. Hard to know where I am.
That is true. We should have them cast these magics again, and then we can train using this. We should train.
But I already nobody can see me. I super sneak.
He pats around, searching for the head, like kind of pats some part of the cat's body.
Yeah.
Of course, my companion. You are extremely sneaky. Now, let us see if we can find these wretched humans.
Ooh. Smelly humans.
As I shout to my steed in Elven, "Come, my steed, let us go. Ride like the wind."
Horse shows no reaction to your elfin language.
But I... He's just shy.
Probably, yeah.
So yeah, I galloped away with the steed, with the horse.
Alright. So you're heading like north, or
Yeah,
just east?
Just north and then like gonna start doing a round,
Mm-hmm.
like something like this.
All right. How close to the forest do you go?
I'll get as close as I can. Still, I want to get home or get to Musa by nightfall.
Mm-hmm.
But if I can get within the forest, I'm not afraid of the forest at all.
All right. So you have movement speed 24. You can even push your horse a bit. So let's say for the rest of the day, movement speed 36. So you can get like 15 miles in movement.
Cool. Yeah, I probably can't get too close. Like the line Toff drew was pretty good. So something like this.
Okay. All right. And are you? Um, what are you looking for?
Keeping eye. I'm not too like optimistic about seeing any tracks. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I keep like a gander at them to see if I see any big movements on like the ground. But I
Mm-hmm.
mostly keep an eye for like bandit camps. I've seen what bandit camps look before. I might have even been uh, seen Alex's. Alex is the guy. With, no, is it Luke?
It's
Luke's the
Luke.
one. Yeah,
Lucas, the
I
one you're
think we've
chasing.
already seen. He's fairly confident we've seen one camp of bandits already. I'm pretty sure that might have been Luke. It might have not been, but I'm looking out for anything that resembles that camp I've seen before and
Mm-hmm.
scouted out before.
Okay. So it's still raining. Um, Tracking anything's probably not happening. Like
Yeah.
you quickly see this, like the ground is starting to be a bit soggy, so any tracks are gone. Give me a perception check.
Ooh, exactly.
Exactly 21. Lucky for you, it's kind of raining, so your vision is not as good as it usually would be.
Ah.
There's not really anything you spot like right now.
Can I have a good cat give me like a bonus
Uh,
to mitigate? I guess not. It's raining. It's not gonna help.
the cat would give you a +1 on your tracking check.
Ah, okay. That's not gonna help. Sadly.
No, tracking is at like -28, so.
Yeah, yeah.
um, yeah, no, you don't spot anything, but you're quite confident that there's no bandits anywhere where you went by.
Cool. Okay. So at nightfall, I gallop to return.
Uh, Rest of the party did not do anything, right? You're just chilling around.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So as night falls, Ruven returns to town and informs you that he did not find any bandits.
I also give you back the stone. Very obviously, just holding a part of the like stony part,
Uh,
obviously touching it.
I think
Yeah.
Osman looks incredibly confused, and then I grab the rock.
Right, you turn invisible as you grab the rope.
Ah.
I try to put it back into Reuven's hand.
As soon as you let it go, you become visible, and Rufen has the rock in his hand.
Ah. Okay. I take it and put it into my satchel. A little bit embarrassed.
Do you want these two other rocks back again? Back as well?
Oh yeah, thanks. Actually, you know what? I think you should hold on to those.
Sure. Let me write them down. How much do they weigh?
Um, 1 pound each. Darkness stone and light stone.
Cool.
All right. So what's the plan?
I let you guys know that I discovered nothing, nada.
Wiglaf heals his horse.
I guess they must have traveled toward the Camp Vidovich road.
I guess they could have gone towards Loni as well.
Oh yeah.
Loni.
But today's Monday,
Yeah.
and did they have an entire Sunday to travel?
Yeah.
Sure. Entire Sunday, entire Monday.
So they should be close to Loni if they move this way.
Yeah. I just don't understand how, like, if they came from Renio, or I guess they could retreat back and then go this way.
I mean, they attacked in the night, right? So
Yeah, they could have circled it as quite easily as they wanted to.
Yeah. And now it's Tuesday night or Monday night,
Monday night.
and they were here Saturday night,
Yes.
so they traveled for Sunday
And the Monday.
and Monday. And the thing from Camp Vidovich is leaving on Thursday. But on Tuesday, the thing is coming from Port Brim to Camp Vidovich. But I don't know, they probably won't be attacking it. From what we've heard. But they might be on the road for other things.
Mm-hmm.
If the rain eases up, I guess I could attempt to get the tracks. But I'm gonna assume I'm gonna get heavy. It's like rained in, right?
I don't know if
Tracks.
it's gonna ease up. It might. I mean, yeah, but
Let's rest and then tomorrow morning we'll discuss.
All right.
it's either here.
Coffin will point out one thing to you to consider. They attacked in Fraley on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they attacked Reniel on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took 2 days to attack in Musa.
Yeah, what did they do in Friday? What did they do on Friday? Did they go into the forest?
I didn't make much of it. I assume that bandits also have off days.
So maybe they, after having 2 fights, decided to take a day off, and in Musa they got beaten up. So also they always attack in the night, right? So most of the time they might also travel in the night, or like attack and then go back to somewhere safe. So where could they have been on Friday, between Friday and Saturday? And after getting beaten up, maybe they have like some camp set up somewhere, or had a camp set up somewhere.
It's possible. The night hasn't gone by yet, DM, right?
No, this is like you chatting in the inn for the evening.
Is it possible to, in case Uzma was talking, they do attack Musa again?
Mhm.
Like, how can we be informed that there's an attack in the middle of the
Wiglaf,
night?
wait, does Wiglaf need to sleep?
Oh, he has Iron Visual Cast, so he
Did he cast
kind
something?
of wants to sleep because of the spell fatigue on the horse.
Oh yeah, sure.
Does he only need to do that because he's wearing his armor?
Yes.
So he could not do that if he just doesn't wear his armor while we're riding, I guess. But I guess it's less safe that way.
Yes.
Yeah, Because then he's gonna be fighting without armor if we get caught up.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If we were on horses, we could move away. But then it gets hard.
So is it possible? Could we like send like? Ruben wouldn't know if this is inappropriate or not, but couldn't we ask these guards to give us a messenger when attackers come?
Sure, you can ask them.
Oh yeah, we should. Yeah. Probably Wiglaf is the man to do it, as he's part of the military guild. Tell the guards
Wiglaf
that they can come.
Heads
Tell the
out
guards-
and chats with the, probably with the sheriff, and lets him know that they are in town, and if they need help with bandit attacks, then they can wake you or like fetch you. Also, they should fetch you anyways, because if the bandits attack, you want to chase them.
Yeah.
The sheriff congratulates you on your suicide adventure plans and lets you know that he will do that.
Oh,
Nice.
very gaining this message from Big Labs. Like it seems like these the clan leader of Musa is very nice human. Good. Good.
Well, my friend, I think you don't catch the intricacies of human communication, but that's fine.
Yes.
Wiglaf tries to pat you on the back, like pats you like on the lower back instead of on the shoulder. But it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, sleepy time.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I might even sleep in my armor. I guess if we're expecting to be able to, like, if an attack is coming, I sleep in my armor. I'm wearing leather armor anyways.
Yeah, you can sleep in your armor. Wiglaf can't sleep in his armor properly. If not really necessary, he will not sleep in his armor. All right. The night comes, the night passes. Nobody wakes you. It's the next day.
What's the weather like?
Still raining, but much less.
I scam my invis on the rock.
Do you rescam Invis on the rock? Okay.
Ruben,
Do you try to
speaking of
figure out if
scamming-
the rock is still active before you scam Invis, or do you just cast it?
Yeah, I guess I try before.
Okay. So you can time it to not cast 2 spells on it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ruben somewhat understanding the situation with the stone, being like, yes, it doesn't work for me, but it worked for you. Does it work? We'll ask, like, do you want to try with my companion to see if she works with it?
Sure. I place the stone on my desk.
I'll place, like, take her and put her on the desk and ask her to touch the rock.
Like the cat like sneaks up to the rock, like sniffs at it, and then like slowly touches the rock with one paw. And as she touches the rock, everything goes invisible, and you instantly see the cat like flashing back visible and like smacking the rock with its paw, and then staying
Ooh.
visible.
Okay. Even while she's holding the rock?
No, she touches the rock, becomes invisible, and then the next thing you see is like she smacks the rock.
Okay.
Like she blinks back visible and then smacks the rock and becomes invisible and instantly visible again. And then says in like Elven to you, "Ooh, rock, not nice rock." And she like smacks the rock once again. This time not even flashing.
I go pick up the rock.
Yeah, you pick up the rock.
He doesn't become invisible?
No,
Wait, I don't become invisible?
no.
Oh. Um. Okay. I've scamcasted. Took me 20 minutes. Then. No, I probably can't scamcast anymore. Okay. Okay.
Just feel the rock in your hands draining your energy, like interacting with your energy. That's what you feel as you pick up the rock. It feels
Yeah.
normal.
Feels like after I tossed a magic missile out of it.
It feels like the rock usually feels, yeah.
Yeah. Oh wait. I placed it on the desk. Can you ask Kitty to touch it once more?
I'll look at the kitty. Can you pat it one more time? The the bad wizard wishes to. I don't know what he wants. Can you smack it one more time?
Kitty like basically rolls her eyes and then goes over to the rock and then Ruven, give me a wisdom check. Yeah, you catch what Kitty's up to. Like Kitty's clearly trying to kick the rock off of the table.
Yeah, I was expecting the cat to do that.
Yeah. But she like starts pushing it a bit, nothing happens, and like you can interject before she throws it off.
I'll just pick it. I'll just like make sure it doesn't fall on the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like catch it as it like starts to go over the edge.
Stupid rock.
Here you have rock.
Okay. Interesting. I write down my findings. No, I don't. I'll remember it. It's fine.
Great.
Well then, where do we want to go, my companions? Do we want to see, like Corfin said, is there some sort of hideout, training camp for these bandits? I guess we could do another round like this way to see if we can spot that camp.
If
We
there's
could
a
call it-
hideout, I would assume it to be in between county lines.
Or not in the forest.
In between
think-
county lines, they would be visible from the town.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's only like one vision block anywhere close to here, and that is up there is like you can't see this, right?
Nope.
Going north here, there's like one of these hilly areas, like where the vision ends. But everything around these towns, like in this radius, you can see from the town. There's no like larger elevations that block the vision.
I asked Wiglaf, since Wiglaf has traveled from Camp Vidovich to Barrios earlier, is the hill here, is there like a, does it go like this, so that there's like a thing that's blocked from both sides? Or does it just go like this?
There's just this one like rolling hill that goes into the valley where the road is, and then on the other side of the valley is the real mountains.
Okay. So if the bandits were to camp on the western side of the hill, they'd be visible to,
The road, yes.
yep, and South Mine and North Mine.
Yes. Maybe not South Mine and North Mine because they are in the hills themselves and they have bad vision, but
They don't have like any guard outposts that see better.
not for guarding the road, no.
Okay. Dwarves.
They could have still gone, I guess, to attack the road to pillage any raiders. But I guess if they were attacked, if they failed on Saturday, they healed maybe Sunday or maybe even Monday. Uh, I think I am. Corfin idea seems quite good. It seems they probably hit somewhere, and if this whole area is quite easily seen, I think the only places they could have gone is in the forest. I guess we can ask the people here if the inside is territory of the centaurs.
Yep, that's smart.
Yeah, you can ask around a bit. And the general information that you get is that the centers don't guard the edge of the forest. So there's like a mile or mile and a half or 2 miles at the edge of the forest that you can go into without running into centers usually.
So they could have gone in there, or I guess they could have also gone east to Loni, or one day travel here and then rest, then Loni, or I'm not sure. And also, as you say, Uzmar, if they want to come back, they probably wouldn't have gone very far east. They,
Yeah.
uh, which makes Corfan's plan, Corfan's idea most likely.
Yeah, sure.
So, do we want to head somewhere into these woods here and look for these humans?
I'm not opposed.
I think that's a good plan. Coffin says.
Because we have eliminated the possibility of more or less the possibility of them going to the road is like not very likely. Yes.
Probably not, yeah.
So the two chances that I guess they could have also gone north, but that is also we travel through here and we did not see their tracks, which also makes this not so super likely.
Yeah, if they went north, they would have had to move through the forest north.
Yeah. Which means this, or I guess these are the two most likeliest. And I would personally think they would. I would agree with Corfan's idea of they are in the forest.
Yeah. They probably didn't travel anywhere south of the map.
Is that kind of just a soft like?
This is like where the getting close to the edge of the elven forest, and the elven forest is well guarded, as you know. Nothing enters the elven forest without getting noticed. So nobody goes there without good reasons.
Yeah.
And a group of bandits showing up at the edge of the elven forest is very likely to just get peppered with arrows and not return.
Well then, are you okay with this, Uzmar? Wiglaf?
Not bad.
Assuming Wiglaf is also okay. And
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Yes, Wiglaf is fine with the plan. And you
sounds
can...
yeah, going like somewhere like this way.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, and then starting.
Once we make it to the edge of the forest, I want to take a moment out to cast Strength on Wiglaf.
Okay. How long does strength last?
4 hours.
4 hours. Okay. So you make it to the edge of the forest when at like 24 movement. That's like 8. What? No, you are wrong where Musa is. 6 miles. So did I move Musa?
No, it's in the correct
We
position.
might have just. It's very possible our map is just wrong.
No, I thought this was much closer to where.
where the bandits were.
No, I didn't move it. It's fine. So yeah, 6 hours. That's 1.5 hours. 6 miles. That's 1.5 hours to travel. Yeah, you get there pretty quickly. And you can enter the forest, the edge of the forest, at like 10 a.m. something.
With something. An ox's strength is what we need here, and then I start my rituals.
I told you like 6 times already that you should buy oxes.
I chew on an ox hair and grab Wiglaf by the shoulders
Mm-hmm.
and cast strength.
What
Yeah,
is the
1d8.
effect of strength? 1d8. Going up to a maximum of 18-100, right?
I think so.
This is a 2nd level spell.
Yep.
1d8 points. Or 10th of points after 18 strength. Okay. Give me your roll. What is your roll? 3. So that
Does
brings
16
Wiglaf
give any
to...
bonuses yet? Or is it only 17?
It gives carry weight anyways. So
Yeah, but who cares?
Wiglaf goes to 16 strength, which gives him +1 damage adjust.
Oh, nice. Not useless.
Not useless, yes. Alright.
Which
Perfect.
way do we start travel? Like, do we want to go this way first? Do we think their hideout is somewhere like this, or?
My understanding is that we want to go into the forest.
Yeah, but how
Because they're
deep?
probably not going to go too far north, right?
If they said the centaurs are going to be in like the first mile and a half. Wait, did we hear that there are centaurs after that though?
Yeah, as you travel into the forest, like if you stay at the edge of the forest, like a mile at the edge of the forest, the centers usually don't come to say hello. If you get deeper into the forest, the chance of catching centers becomes larger and larger if you go deeper into the forest.
So I imagine they probably didn't want to go too far into that. DM, like what's the like thickness of the woods at the periphery? Like if we are at the very edge and we look in, can we see like a mile or two in?
No.
Okay.
The forest becomes very thick very quickly.
Okay. So I think they only went to like 1.5 miles in.
Which also means that the rain isn't really too effective at ruining tracks in the forest.
Ah, okay.
And also, you are a forest ranger,
Yep.
right? This is your favorite terrain.
It is my favorite terrain, though I didn't take the one that, like, I'm not even sure if it's a thing. I might have read it from a wrong source, but I understood that there was a thing that allowed like a plus stuff to your checks in a certain environment if you take minus stuff to every other environment. I didn't take that, so I'm not that extreme. But I might still get some bonuses.
Trail is in specialized rangers' primary terrain. Did you not take a primary terrain?
I'm not sure.
Should be. Your primary terrain should be forest.
Yeah, if there is a primary terrain, it's definitely forest. Honestly, I have no idea on the look.
Oh yeah, there's this primary terrain specialization. So does this call out for specialization? Yeah, okay. Then you are not, if you didn't specialize, then it's just your primary terrain. Then
Yeah.
okay, then this doesn't matter. All right. So you're in the forest. You're like crawling around at the edge of the forest, right?
Yeah. I think
Trying
yeah, we
to.
go like max 1.5 to like half a mile to like 1.5 miles in and start
Mhm.
like zigzagging.
All right. You're zigzagging north or south?
Uh,
Clockwise or counterclockwise?
oh, Uzma's slightly away. I think first I'll just attempt to see if there's any, because I'm imagining that they probably went north just here, so probably doing the like a couple miles just
Mm-hmm.
up like north, just pick up any of their like initial tracks inside trees. We
Okay.
can of course always travel back and do the like we can do the thing of like moving, looking for tracks in the forest, but when we need to backtrack, we can just quickly go out of the forest on horses, then go
Mm-hmm.
back into the forest.
Okay. So let me just quickly figure out what your tracking roll is. We can skip over the movement speed because you're in the forest, so you're moving slower, anyways.
Yeah,
Um, if they were there, then you would expect them to have been there Sunday morning, like
sure.
Saturday evening, Sunday morning, which would be 2 days ago.
Yes.
All right. So your base score is a 14. You are in a thick brush, so that's a +3. So 17. You have good light, so that's still a 17. And then something. Oh no, 18 for your level, 19 for your kitty, also looking for tracks. Are you asking kitty to look for tracks?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm using this chance to train with her.
yeah. Kitty's also looking for tracks. That's a 19, and then at least -4 for the time. That's a 15, and then something, and then something here. So roll me a d20, and you want to roll less than.
That's not gonna make it, Chief.
I I didn't
Or
want to say it, but it's like exactly the number that you had to roll less than. Like
ah,
that you had to roll like 19 or less. Your check was a 19. Yeah,
ooh,
yeah,
so it works.
it works. Yeah. Yeah, you quickly pick up the start of a trail, as you see, like broken underbrush. Somebody has like removed some branches from a tree, and do you want to know where where the tracks are heading? Then you would have to roll an identifying check as well.
Okay, what's that?
It's the same check.
Okay, so D20.
Yeah. This is so incredibly bad rolls for tracking, but it works.
I know, right?
From where you are right now, you see that these tracks are heading counterclockwise, like
Okay, okay.
southeast. Yeah.
So Reuven lightly shouts out, like Reuven probably misses the tracks, but the
Yeah.
cat is the tracks.
Yeah. True.
So the cat shouts out, and then Reuven shouts out in Elven back at her, and then finally in Common shouts back to the party of, "We found some tracks."
Uh, good job, Ruben.
Also, these
Magnificent
are
as always.
clearly bipedal creatures. Must be humans from the size of the footprints. This is not a
Okay.
centaur track, just to be sure.
Mm-hmm. I relay this to the party. Probably show them the tracks, mean absolutely nothing to them. But like clearly, this is very clearly tracks of humans.
Oh, these are so very clearly tracks of humans that even the rest of the party sees them as you point them out.
Okay.
Good job, Ruben. I'm impressed as always.
He smiles triumphantly, glad to enjoy the congratulations of his fellow companions. Wilden, should we track?
I believe so.
Yeah, you can follow these tracks. Movement speed will be 12 because you're in the forest, and tracking, so...
Yeah.
Or you can head out of the forest and run and see if you find them later again. It's also an option.
I guess it is. What do you guys think? Uzma, what do you think?
I think we should. They escaped moose. I don't know. I think. I don't know. We'd be more easily spotted if we went through the out of forest route.
That's true.
Okay. And I think I'll probably even like have Reuven's up front, and then the party's a good distance behind him.
That's a good plan. You can follow these tracks through the forest. How far can you go this day?
I think 24-ish. It took us pretty much no time to get there.
Yeah, it took you like 1.5 hours, so you have 7/8 of your movement left. So that's 21 miles that you can travel. Right. Reuven, you keep tracking these tracks, and as you get like 12 miles along the edge of the forest, you seem to notice that these tracks are getting fresher.
Okay. Is this already the limit of what we're traveling today?
No, you can continue traveling. Just telling you that as you like check the branches and like what has been hacked off, the things seem to have been hacked off more recently, and B, there has been more things hacked off.
Okay. I go back to the party, relay this, and tell them that we should widen the distance even more between Reuven and the party, so even hopefully, like, there won't be any, like, they won't spot us.
You know that you are kind of invisible without the horse, and very much visible with the horse.
Yeah, I gave the horse to the party.
Alright. Okay. So you are scanning in front of the party. How far in front of the party?
What's the, like, vision distance of in these trees?
300 feet, maybe.
I'd say, like, at least, like, 100, 200, right?
Okay. So
Around
easily
there.
out of range for them to see you, for your elven things to kick in.
Yes, like the elven things, and like I think that it's like 90 feet.
Yep, something. Ooh, all right. Okay. You are super invisible, and wow, somebody has good perception. if you weren't super invisible, this person would definitely see you. Can we take, like, do you want to take a few minutes break? Because I have to prepare a different map.
That sounds great.
Alright, so we can take a few minutes break.
Okay.
Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Quickly creating a map.
Okay, I'm back.
Great. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum.
Tough, are you back? Doesn't seem like it.
Doesn't seem like it. But I'm also not yet done, so I expected a different place to fight, so
Ah, okay.
quickly have to create a proper map. I have one. The bad thing is that the map that I have has spider webs on it. Unlucky.
Spider webs?
Hmm.
How peculiar.
Hmm. All right. So. Dum-dum-dum. Why?
My name is Gatis Grandis.
Hey you. Tough. What's Are we still going with the night attack plan?
Are
Or-
we? I don't know. Your choice. I don't know. I haven't thought about this.
We're not sure of. We are ready to attack, right? You guys all have your spells. You just don't have the invis.
Yep, I have the Invis Rock, but I don't think that matters.
I do think we should somehow like scout more. There's also the problem of like how are they gonna move out during the night? And if so, would just attacking during the day be better?
Wait, where are we now, ish? We're like 12 miles in, even more, right? If they were to attack during the night, they'd have to like attack fucking Deepwood or some shit.
Okay. Alright. I am ready.
Where are we, ish? Like somewhere here.
You are getting close to here. This is where the tracks are leading you.
Okay, I'll do it there so that we see.
And as
Do
So,
I see anyone?
and what
Yeah.
time is it now?
it is afternoon, late afternoon, strength has worn off.
Should we just wait for them to fall asleep then?
We're not sure if they are going to. First
I'm
of all,
just-
we haven't found a camp yet.
Well, I will finish setting up the map because I did not set up vision. And then
What's poppin'?
alright. I will start with just moving on the map. Because Rufen is the first one to enter without his horse, though, just with Kitty. And you enter from somewhere up here.
Okay.
And now I will figure out how to reveal things to you. The thing you see is like, no, this doesn't work. Do I change this to export mode? No. Oh, let's start with what gives off the fact that there's something going on is that you see a campfire in the distance. And since this is bright enough, I will also like show you around a bit what's going on here.
Okay.
Has your vision updated?
It has. It's all grey though,
It's
and
all
the campfire is gone.
yeah. The campfire should not be visible anymore. Ugh. It's bright enough. Nobody else can see it, so I will show you what's going on.
Okay. So I see this. Well,
This is what you
so,
spot in the
like,
distance.
mid-game thing, like I can just count them as they are here, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I instantly freeze as I go past this area. Probably not even really turning towards them, seeing. I probably want to count them, but I don't, and I instantly turn back, grabbing Kitty with me to rush back to the party, and very much signaling them to stop. the like 200 feet that I'm away from here.
Yeah. So the distance from the edge of the map to the campfire is over 200 feet. So
Yeah. So I first rush back to the party and tell them to stop.
yeah.
And tell them to stay here, stay put, don't move. They are there. I will go and count how many of them there are. So
I stay put.
and then I now very much sneakily, even more than before, go back to this square where I am.
Yeah.
Find the same trees. Then I look to those.
Yeah.
Closer look at them.
Yeah. You see just bandits, probably bandits. That's what you expect them to be, standing around this makeshift campfire. You see, like, under the trees, there are also some sleeping bags.
Do I see sleeping bag, like people in the sleeping bags?
No.
Okay. So I see and I count this many of them. The one that's wounded is visibly wounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Person has, like, a bloody rag on his shoulder.
And are these weirdos like archers?
Yes.
I need to slightly zoom in. Yeah, okay. At first they look like weird yellow white aliens.
Yeah,
Okay.
so these are archers. All the other people seem to be carrying shields and spears, except for the person right of the campfire, who has at the moment no weapon drawn, a buckler on his left arm.
Gotcha. So me and Kitty are crouched here, just looking out for a moment. This is probably too far to hear conversation, I assume.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. 23.
You hear them talking, but you can't really make out the words that they are using.
Gotcha. Okay. Can I tell if there's any strong emotion in the voice? Are they like very scared or very
No,
angry?
they seem to be chill at the moment.
Gotcha. After which I'm going to remaining this distance, even maybe widening up, going like the very edge of the map. I'm going to do a circle of the entire area, looking for. So yeah, to the like limit. What you said was 300 feet. I'm going to go there. Let's do a circle of the whole map, looking for any hidden people. Yeah, I'm just taking my time with it.
Yeah. Give me a third perception check to see how good you are at spotting hidden creatures.
Can I instruct Kitty to do the same?
Sure, but Kitty's vision is much worse than yours.
Okay, I'll still give it a try, assuming she gets major penalties.
Yeah, just roll it and we'll see what happens.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, no, you don't spot any hidden things. Not from this distance, at least.
Gotcha. So after doing a full circle, going back to where I am, so they're all just kind of sitting down, relaxing.
Yeah, they're sitting around.
Are they all wearing their armor?
Yes.
Okay. I think after doing all this, taking a good 10+ minutes, everyone's gonna head back.
All right. Back to the party.
Explain the entire thing. There's roughly 11 of them, including the boss, which means what's weird that there's very little of them. They're all standing across like a campfire, and yes, this is quite weird. There's only 11. There should have been like roughly 20. Maybe they lost some of them.
Maybe
But
the others are out hunting if they're camping here.
I attempted to see if there are any hidden waiting. I'm not sure. Oh, DM actually. Were they all relaxing, or were some of them like keeping at least some guard as well? Keeping some guard.
The ones that you saw were all kind of chill.
Okay. They were quite relaxed, which means I'm slightly worried as of, or maybe these creatures, these humans, are so inept in the forest that they don't even have standard vigilance, or they have hidden enemies in the woods.
Mm.
But it is quite tempting. There was only 11 of them. I believe we could, with your magics, we could probably fight 11 of them. One of them is quite wounded as well. Two of them are archers.
Yeah, that seems to make sense. Do you think we should go now?
I am slightly afraid of these, as you described them before, cunning and smart humans. It is possible that they are have hidden enemies, hidden sentries. Of course, it does not make sense that half of them would be all hidden in the woods. So some of them might be, as you say, camping or going out hunting. So it could be our best chance to attack. Of course, if we fail our attack and have to run away, could we run away? Or and I look to the dwarf and the gnome.
Uh, I'm bad at running, short legs and things, you know. But if you can get to the horses, we can jump on the horses and head out of the forest and run.
Why not?
So maybe we need to set up like a advantageous spot where we can retreat to quickly.
Why not? But do you think we should attack or wait till night, like our plans were? To be fair, I do not believe we took any of the magics that require it to be night. You all have spells that are all usable, yes?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know. Do we gain any benefit from the night that we can actually use?
I mean, if they're sleeping, that's a benefit. They don't see us well in the night.
True. I guess night could be a better time to attack. Unless they break camp and leave before then. To which point we are kind of fucked.
Yep.
Yes. One of them was quite heavily wounded, and but the others seemed none of the others seemed very wounded. So
The story that the town gave was that it was like a 0-0 battle, like no one died on either side. Right?
yeah, I think some of them were wounded, but yes, it means they are missing. I do think this could be a good chance, even if there is one, two guards outside.
Yeah.
Even if there's like 13 of them, it's still a good chance to kill them. Their boss is also here.
Yep. Sure.
So,
I think.
how about we bring the horses to roughly 300, 350 feet from the camp? So, it'd be very difficult for them to see the entire party. And from there, should I attempt to go forward and snipe them? And
I
then
think
have them rush towards some area where you guys cast magic at?
I think if you snipe them, if you start shooting at them, they're not gonna rush without any thought into the woods, just blind. I think they'd probably do something a little bit smarter than that.
Very possible.
I think if you can get us into a position where we're able to cast our spells, that'd be the best, so that we could all initiate at the same time.
He like looks. Ruben looks at Viglav's plate armor. I can try. Yeah, did you not? We used the magic to make someone invisible. I guess that doesn't really help either.
Yeah,
I can try my best, but I am not very sure that this can be done.
if you don't think that it could be done, do you have a better course of action? Is you shooting at them better?
I could go front myself, just me and my companion, and hide up a tree between, somewhere between them and you, and then start going. You could try to do this stealthily. DM, do I like, even with
Hmm?
my knowledge, do I think there's really much I could help with Viglav stealthing? Or would it be just kind of very little chance either way?
Wiglav's going to probably fuck it up with his plate armor. The other two, you could help them.
So let's
Getting-
just.
Also,
there's
like
something-
taking from talking about like advantageous position, you would be moving the horses to like the southwest corner of the forest, basically, so you get out of the forest as quickly as possible, I assume.
That seems like a smart plan. Thank you, Coffin.
So you would enter the map from the southwest part, not northwest.
Yeah. So I could go on one of these, on one of the trees that are near. They're in a bigger clearing, not that many trees. Out of the clearing is how. Their clearing is like 100 foot in radius, 200 feet in diameter, which means your distance of spells might be problematic.
No, I should be able to make a hit off the if it's 120 feet the radius. I should be able
But
to
you
land a
would
spell.
be at the very, very edge of this clearing.
Oh yeah, sure.
So maybe I go front and find a nice spot to attack from. And after, let's say, 3 minutes, you begin. You could, I guess, charge, just run, or you could attempt to be silent.
Let's just quickly grab the rest of the party and get you all on the map. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Don't be surprised that the horses are there.
Yeah.
Horses are gone.
So we first go bring the horses. This is whatever plan we go with. We definitely put the horses somewhere, like that's like we can easily get them and around just rush off.
Yeah, how far away are the horses from the edge of the map? Because the horses are making noise and they're easy to spot, you know?
I think like 350 feet.
Okay, so this is 6 rounds of running for the short leg people.
Yeah. To be fair, doesn't Viglav have a spell to quicken his
No.
thingy? What does Withdraw do?
What?
Yeah, withdraw makes it so that he can cast like 5
Yeah.
healing spells on himself.
Oh, right,
one
that
round.
was the spell that you were talking about. Gotcha. So he can just insta heal, but it is not very effective on him. But okay.
But like this, because Wiglaf has hold person 120 yards, so Wiglaf can probably hold person out of like visibility range.
So how about I get to where I am right now, or one of the trees, Do I think I can get there with like still being my elfin invisibility? I need to be slightly further away.
You are confident that you can sneak up to this tree without being spotted.
Okay. So I'll leave you guys. Is everyone fine with this plan? I'll do a shout if they spot me beforehand, and you guys can run, I guess.
Okay, so where are we?
I'll leave you guys at the horses, like 350 feet back.
350 feet away.
Or do we want to go closer with the horses? At that point, it's gonna be quite the distance. Like, it's gonna fail the like. I guess you guys can come up with the horses. That's also a plan. You guys can bring the horses closer because we're assuming you guys are gonna be spotted anyway.
So we stay 350 feet away from you, and then we start moving with the horses as you shoot.
I was thinking I wait until you cast magics, but I can also shoot first as well.
So I don't understand. So we go 350 feet away. We start
Yeah,
moving
you guys
with.
stay back. I go up front first and get myself a nice, find myself a nice spot. And after like 2 minutes, you guys start the combat and move up front and start.
Okay. So you don't want to try to get like a stealth shot off. We're gonna start the combat.
I guess I could just ready my action. I think I'll maybe get a better initiative or something, or
Yeah,
maybe
but yeah, but you don't want like a full round of. Okay.
I think
So,
that's not gonna work.
so we want the horses 350 feet away and combat initiated by spell casts from here.
From wherever you want.
Well, how far can we get? Ruben, you need to lead us.
You see like a glimmer in it, or like an emotion appear in his face at that. Like, I. Okay. How about this? What is distance where you want to cast?
40 yards. So 120 feet. Don't have to be quite that long. I can hit them with the AoE a little bit further.
I think you get within here, or
Or I could just, yeah. Assuming we see this map, is it easier to sneak from here than like here? From like, on like this other side?
Give me a few seconds. 15, 20, 28, 30, 37, 41, 37, 22.
23, 26, 15.
HP are wrong for some reason. Like people did not update your character sheet, so your HPs are wrong.
My HP is right.
my HP should be correct.
It is now because I changed it. It was 28 before.
What?
Yeah.
But do we need to sneak from the bottom left corner? Can we make it, or sorry, what is this current situation? Like, are we on the map currently, or is this just
No,
revision?
you're off the map currently.
Okay.
You are 300 feet off the map currently.
Okay.
Okay. Seemingly, you saying Ruven's leadership has like done something to Asia. He goes, you can start with magics. I will ready with my bow, and my companion will be beside me. And you will cast right when you can, first when you can.
Okay.
And I will be ready to shoot moment I see magic go off, or moment I see you, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, moment I see you casting magics.
Okay.
You can go. I'm sorry, Duck. With this plan, we're like stretching them this way, and they're like making the battle map another area. But okay,
I think if we can somehow start the combat from this side, rather, it would be better.
that's fine as well. We can start somewhere here.
If we can. I don't know if that's possible, Ruben.
Where do you want to go?
Like
No.
this, where Ruben is currently, right?
Yeah, you
No?
just let me know when you enter the map and you arrive at some point. Like, we have not talked about the space.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a giant monkey hiding under the tree, waiting to eat you. So
I want to arrive.
you can
On the
enter
right.
the map from whatever side you want to. Like, just saying the
But I
closest
don't
to the
know
edge
that
of the forest
I'm
is southwest.
letting Ruben lead me, but I need 120 feet between me and they have archers. Or no, wait,
Yes.
Ruben told me what they have.
There's 2 archers. Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, you know what, Ruben, you take the hand. I don't understand. I think you have a better understanding of the terrain than me. Just tell me what you want me to do. I'll follow orders.
Okay, this is plan. I will go forward, and make sure nothing, or like I guess, and get set up in attack mode. And you 3 magic casters, will start walking up front. I guess try to be stealthy, but it's probably not going to work. And once you get within 120 or so feet, so everyone is your magics are within range, all of yours, you just let go. And if they start running at you, you just let go immediately if it's once they're in range.
Okay.
Yeah, so, Ruven, where do you go
Wait,
to?
Ruben, how do I know when you're in combat stance?
Wait 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 5 minutes now, and I start rush off with Kitty. Kitty in my hoodie.
Alright, where do you want to go?
I think roughly somewhere in the south here.
Please enter the map from where you want to enter the map and then move slowly in the direction you want to go.
Like where I am right now. So starting here.
Alright,
Okay.
yes,
I have 5 minutes.
yes.
Comfortable position.
And you are sneaking on the ground or are you climbing a tree there?
I'm currently on the ground.
All right.
Then, but yeah, I'll get up.
So you are in this tree. As you climb up the tree, like you're...
No, I don't climb it yet. Sorry. If that's what is happening, that's fine as well. I couldn't respond.
I'm
Yes,
asking, do you
I
climb
will-
up the tree or not?
I will climb up this tree. Is this a pretty burly tree that looks like I
He-
can get a vantage point? Yeah.
If you're,
Yes, but
climbing
also
the tree, by the way, we would have
leaves.
probably we would have talked about this earlier, I presume. But if you're in a tree, I obviously can't enlarge you.
Didn't you already enlarge me?
Nobody said anything
Anyway,
about
I
enlarging.
find like a good spot, like that I can easily jump off of. So not very high, just like a few feet off the ground.
All right.
Nice like hidden spot. Where I
You
can
climb
easily get
up
a
a group of branches.
Exactly.
Is Kitty with you or is Kitty...
Yes, Kitty is in my hoodie,
Alright,
and I draw my bow and I put my hand against the wood to like support it, and I ready a shot. And I'm assuming this took 2 or 3 minutes. And now
There's
I just wait.
some amount of time, and like after some amount of time, the rest of the party has to move.
Right. I want to be touching the invis stone. Make sure that I'm invisible.
You are not invisible.
We used it today, right?
Oh yeah, the kitty hit it, right. Oh, okay, never mind then. I would probably be following the same path as Ruben, right? Because I don't know how to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
So I'd be coming out of here.
Alright. Coffin is with you, I guess. And Wiglaf is slightly behind you.
Yeah, and then I probably see the fire.
Yeah.
And then I think, oh fuck, this is way too far away.
Wiglaf says, I think I'm in range.
That's good.
I could hold them from here.
Okay, you should probably wait for me and Corfin to be in range so that we can do everything at once. Or maybe you just... I don't know. Yeah, maybe we initiate with magic missiles and you hold person because this is way too far away. Right, Corfin?
Maybe that's a good. But who do we missile?
Wait, I need to check what magic missile range is before I do some
Isn't it 120 yards as well?
Okay, nice.
I think.
There's one person.
No, 60 yards per 10 yards per level. So 100 yards.
That's enough, right? 300 feet.
Yeah.
No, there's one person who looks obviously wounded. Do you want to take him or me?
I take it.
Okay, I'll
Do I
shoot.
These
I'll
three
shoot.
bozos?
What?
Do I see these three bozos as I'm like in my?
They are still sneaking up.
Okay, I'll shoot at the I'll shoot at the what's his name? Lenny? Luke. I assume Luke is this guy, right?
You guess.
Okay.
Rufen, give me a perception check.
Oh, or should I shoot the archers first?
Continue talking also.
Oh, I'll blast Luke. Okay.
Rufen, you see over there in this tree. Can you see my pointer?
Yes.
In this tree, sitting kind of in the same position as you, is a archer, and hidden on the ground is another spearman.
Underneath him.
Yeah, on the ground beneath the tree.
Okay.
Osmar, continue.
Yep. I think we have our plan now. We just walk until we're in range.
All right. Wiglaf is in range, so
That means that everyone else is at the right range pretty
yeah,
much.
I think like you can go exactly where you are, and then everybody should be in range, right?
Right. I looked at Corfin. Let Wiglaf start his casting first. Well, it usually takes him a bit longer.
All right.
Let me try to time it.
I changed my arrow positioning towards that archer.
Are you cover firing this person?
No, I'm like change my crosshairs to that archer.
Okay.
And wait.
So you are not cover firing him.
What does that mean?
Cover fire means you go first in initiative, but you have to shoot at a target that you are going.
That is fine. Yes, I will shoot that. Once I see magics pop off, I'm shooting at the archer.
All right.
I'd even like to get like 10 feet forward to be within 150 yards, 150 feet of him.
You can't really get any closer without going off the tree.
Then it's fine.
All right. So let's roll a few more.
I also tell Kitty to go big.
Okay.
Careful, it makes the Mario sound.
Everybody turns around and looks in your direction. One group is surprised. This would be this group. All right. So for this combat, so just so you know, I don't know. Oh yeah, you see it anyways. The people are in three different groups, and then there's who you assume to be Luke. They will go in group initiative for their respective groups.
Okay.
So we don't have to roll 100 single initiative die.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Wiglaf casts hold person on 3 people, right? Does 3 people do anything for the saving throw? I think not.
Only 1 or 2.
Only 1 or 2. So he casts hold person on these 3 idiots who will roll their saving throws. And this will start off the combat more or less. This is 1 definite fail and then 2 things that are unclear. And 1 is definitely a pass because it's a 20. And the last one fails. Okay, alright. So these 2 idiots. Fuck, this doesn't work. How many rounds? 2 rounds per level, right?
Yep.
They are held. This person passes his save, and your spells go off as well.
Nice.
Coffin shoots his magic missile at the one guy. Is wounded for 6 damage. Yoinking him. He falls over backwards.
7 on the main guy looking guy.
7 on the main looking guy, and this is the part where we roll initiative.
Cool. Do I go first?
You have an initiative of 1, so just roll initiative and then change it to 1. I will let you control Coffin for what he's supposed to do. I will control Wiggler for the most part.
What does Coffin have?
He has another magic missile, enlarge, color spray,
Okay, that's
display save that he can't cast, and stinking cloud 2 times.
fine. Okay. Can you roll initiative for him with 1? I can't click him.
I will quickly
Can you
allow
imagine?
you to click him.
Cat touching my toes.
Oh, that's the wrong person. This here we need. You should be able to click him now.
Yup.
And Wiglaf rolls into initiative with another hold person, which
does the
initiative
tracker-
is 5.
Does the tracker show to Osmar, or does it show Corfin and Osmar?
It shows the token with the Wiglaf rolls initiative with a 5. And then this person rolls initiative, and these 3 roll initiative. Wait, they have different initiatives. No, technically the archers are also priced, so they don't roll initiative.
For some reason, my cat is not on the. I rolled initiative for the cat. I did it before the turnover, sorry. Also, my initiatives are on.
You just roll again for the cat.
Yeah, I already rolled for the cat. I'll just. Yeah. I'll do it.
Did you?
Sorry, I'm inept with technology. Why is it doing it? What's going on?
You rolled a 1d10 plus 0 and rolled a 1.
Yeah, but I'm rolling for the cat.
No,
Now
it's
it
dead.
worked.
Okay.
Sorry.
Alright, so your initiative is 1. And you go first.
Yep. I shoot the archer.
Alright.
Actually, can I even, if very possible, could I No. Because I aimed my shot, I'm assuming it's gonna just. I need to not move, so I'm just gonna take my one shot of like surprise essentially, and this is within my like range brackets of 50, 100, and 170. It's just outside the 50 range, so I take the like penalties. What's the penalty?
-1, I think.
Even if it's a -2, it's still 17. Oh,
Target medium -2.
17 then.
17. Plus surprise, but it doesn't really matter. On the archer, right?
Yep.
Alright. You hit the archer. Roll for damage.
D6 damage.
Yes.
4.
Alright.
These guys have a lot of HP.
Osman.
I also probably yell archers as my shot goes through there. I jump down my 3 to go this way.
I rub my crystal a little bit more and magic missile the same dude. For 5 this time.
Alright.
Then Corfin does the same thing. He rubs his magic.
Does he shoot the same guy?
Yep.
Why?
I told him to.
You told him to. Okay.
8.
Hey, it's most important tactic of a combat. Get their bosses down.
Yeah. Alright. Kitty goes next.
Kitty like rushes between Reuben's legs or like next to him here. We're like I want to be like hidden in brush essentially still. I just jump down to get slightly further out ahead, and readies attacks if anyone closes in.
Alright. And then goes all the 1 people. Weird spell casting going on, so these people hide behind this tree. This person is dead. And this person is hidden. It's Luke's turn, who does nothing, and then it's Wiglaf's turn. Wait, there's a group of... Sorry, group 2 is missing. I just need to get them into initiative as well. Oh, they're going last anyway. Perfect. Wiglaf does... what does Wiglaf do? He was prepared to cast another whole person. His range is a lot. He can cast on this group of dudes over there, which he will do. And they will roll saving throws. And 1 passes and the other 2 fail again. Good job. So you are held for 8 and you are held for 8. And all of y'all are held for 7.
Quick question. Have I noticed these guys?
No.
I shouted and shot at them.
Okay.
I don't think you noticed them.
I heard Ruben shout and shoot at them.
This guy will try to kick his friend here and kicks him over onto the ground, which means this guy is now also prone. And seeing that this didn't work, he will take the rest of his movement and hide with his friends. This guy is held. These are held. Yeah. That's the end of the run, and we roll initiative again.
Second attack?
Oh yeah, second attack from you. Sure.
I take cover under this tree for end of round movement.
Same guy. 13 this time?
Same.
Hits.
Cool. 500 damage.
Right. Wiglaf will also, but Wiglaf will move in the other direction over here. Yeah, and up front, so roll initiative again. What does Wiglaf do? So persons are cast, so he will just run for this round. Group 1, Group 2, archers, and poor person who is dying on the ground. Do we have more tokens than we need? No, looks great. Alright, first is Luke, who takes 1 point of bleeding damage. And then it's Wiglaf's turn. Wiglaf will move in this direction as far as he can. And
Is that
next,
as far as he can? Oh, 60 feet. Okay.
60 feet, yeah. The map is pretty large. Huh? Up is Group 1. Group 1. You see jumping out from the tree on the other side of the clearing another foot soldier who will run in here, grab Luke and do the good old dragging maneuver and drag him away. Disappearing from your vision again. This guy is still hidden. There's nothing here. So these people here will delay the initiative to do something later though. Osman, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm just gonna draw this real quick. Boom, boom.
Oh.
Boom, boom. Is this a 20-foot cube?
This is a 40-foot cube.
Wait, is a thing 10 feet? Is one block 10 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Then this. Wait, really?
Yes.
Oh, so now people occupy a 10-foot thing?
They can be closer together, but
Okay, I cast my thing where I like the deuce, where I saw them run somewhere here. The glitter dust.
clear dust. Alright, what does clear
I
dust
see
do?
So, save or be blinded
Alright.
for 1d4 plus 1 round.
You clip all of them.
And since Corfin is going at the same initiative, and
Mhm.
we probably didn't have time to talk about it, he's going to be stinking clouding the same area.
Alright, so the first person saves, everybody else fails, and where does he put a stinking cloud?
He'll probably deduce a similar area to me, so probably same spot. Maybe it's a little bit different.
Just put a stinking cloud somewhere.
Sure. I'll draw it in red. Here you go.
Alright. This has a reason why I'm asking, because they are moving at the same time as well, and they are moving somewhere, and if they were to step out at the same point, then that would be somewhat fine, which they are not, so...
It's versus poison and not spell, by the way.
Oh, save versus poison. I think this doesn't change anything on these rolls, but let's check. Poison, paralyzation, and death.
Death! They all die.
It's a 14, which is exactly the same as for the saving throw versus spell in this case. Which means we have That's the wrong thing. So this guy is blinded for 1 round, right?
1d4 plus 1 rounds.
Oh, 1d4 plus 1 rounds.
Actually, wait, is it 1 rounds per level? Let me reread it. Oh, it's 1d4 plus 1 per level, so 1d4 plus 4 rounds.
Okay. So
Sorry.
this guy is blinded. This guy is blinded. This guy is blinded. And this guy is not blinded, but he is retching. Because all of them were looking to move slightly in this direction at this point in time. And just completely stepped into the area of effect.
Unlucky.
Unlucky. So the one that is not retching is one of them who is blinded. So this guy can stumble out of the area, becoming visible to you again. This guy is definitely not visible anymore. So they are all retching and they are all blinded, right?
Yep. Or I think one of them is not blinded.
Yeah, one of them is not blinded and retching. One of them is blinded and not retching. What's the effect of Stinking Cloud?
Can't attack.
Can't attack.
Think-
Retch for something rounds, right?
1d4 plus 1 rounds.
1d4 plus 1 as well?
Yeah, no, it's not 1 per level, it's 1d4 plus 1 rounds. After leaving the cloud. The
Okay.
duration of the cloud is 1 round per level.
And they might not be able to even move out of the round because they're blinded.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be some pretty weird routes there. There's a cloud, they might be stumbling on each other. Might be falling prone.
This is exactly at the edge of the casting range. Okay. Casting range is 30 yards for the spell. Just so keep this in mind.
I didn't even check.
So let's see where they stumble towards. This guy stumbles. This direction. This guy stumbles. This direction. How far can they move?
I don't think it says anything about limiting
Oh
movement.
yeah.
We had this discussion before, I think.
So this guy runs here, this guy runs here. This
Okay.
guy runs here as well. So you can see them again as they stumbling out from there, not really knowing where they are heading.
Blinded. Or some of them are blinded as well.
Yeah. These two, like, they hit. These two hit the branches of the tree and stop there. This guy is wandering off into nowhere. And this person is blinded but not retching, so he just stumbles in the direction he wanted to go, but doesn't see anything, and see if he falls to the ground. No. And the rest of group, which group is going at the moment? Group 2. He is hold. Okay, he's not moving. But you see another foot soldier running this direction. And
What's this guy afflicted by?
nothing.
Oh, he's just group number 2. Okay, he appeared from just
Yeah.
somewhere random.
And another foot soldier going over to this tree and disappearing under the tree, being hard to see. And it's Ruben's turn.
Cool. I'm gonna just start walking out with some confidence. I can attack and move half my speed, which is 60, right?
Yes.
Okay. And can I do that all at the end, right now?
You can half move and attack now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna move 60 feet. I'm gonna keep pinging this fucker.
Yep.
Now within my normal range. 11.
Ah, that's not enough.
Ouch. Okay.
What does Kitty do?
I'm gonna whistle to the kitty, have them start attacking these boys.
All right.
To have the kitty like a rush up half uh, past me. What's Kitty's movement?
I'm checking.
24? No, 18.
I think it's 18, yeah.
Or is it
Which
24?
means
No, I think
how
it's
much
18.
does he have to move? That's
So Kitty could
880,
charge 135.
which is exactly that. Can Kitty just insta kill held people
No.
as an action? Okay, but rush them. I rush like right between these people. And
Cat,
go from
small,
there.
11. 18, yeah. Alright. She's rushing in there and she is rolling to hit just to see if she crits or not.
Yeah. Do you want me to just roll 3d20s?
Yes.
That is a 20.
That is a 20, and then
Unbite.
the rest is auto hits because they are held.
Yeah.
So,
I
roll.
think it's +4 on held. If it's out of combat and you're executing, then you can auto hit, I think.
Target sleeping or held, auto.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do bite crit damage.
Yes.
This is all doubled as well.
Yes.
So 10.
Yep.
Very inept at doing this claw hit. 2. Another claw hit. 2. So 4 plus 10, 14 damage.
Yeah, this person
And
is
all
dead.
of them Oh, okay, that's fine.
And it's the archer's turn. First time in this fight they're shooting, and look who has so nicely positioned himself to get shot at.
Exactly.
Move and you get pinged by one arrow in normal range.
Yep.
One arrow you don't even see where it's coming from in medium range, and another arrow that you don't see where it's coming from in medium range. And what's long range?
170 feet, I think. Or is it yards?
Yards, yeah.
I think both of them are in medium range. They're
Yeah.
also using
170
different
yards.
arrows.
Yeah. -2s.
Let's just double check. Bow, long Bodkin, 70, 140, 210. So they have 210.
D4 heads?
Yeah,
Okay.
you are in short range for all of them.
Okay.
So there is 4 arrows flying in your direction.
Dodge them.
1, 2, 3, 5 arrows. Sorry, it's 5 arrows flying your direction.
5 arrows.
Do we at least, does it like spot? Do we see where they're coming from? At least the arrow trees? This one.
No, it's this one that you can see, the one from the tree that you shot at, and then 3 others who are shooting from somewhere you can't see them.
Okay.
Give me a perception check to see if you spot at least one of them.
Nope.
Alright, you get 4 arrows who just hit your armor, and then one that is a 21.
Hit,
Natural 19.
Yes, by 5.
Case by 5. So you get crit by 1 arrow. Who smashes into your shoulder, dealing 3 points of damage. And it's the end of the round, which means
I scream that Bandit's the north, blinded and sickened. And I take my end of round movement to move more north. How much do I have end of round? Is it 60 feet?
60 feet, yeah.
No, I move like behind this tree. And Corfin has what, 30 feet?
Yes.
So he moves also this way.
And end of the round. Another 5 arrows fly in your direction, Ruben.
Okay. Roll.
A natural 20, and everything else misses. So another
Okay.
crit. Dealing 2 points of damage. Okay, they're rolling so bad.
Yep. I also get a second shot, right?
No, you moved.
That is very true. Sorry, I totally forgot.
Yeah. And it's initiative time.
Initiative time.
I did Google again before I do some dumb shit. How far is this? 90 feet.
4,
Not in range.
4,
Um,
4,
okay.
and
So probably with one this time. I'll do. Am I
0.
really doing this? I'm doing this. Wait, do I really not have anything better? I've used these. Yep, that's what I'm doing.
What is this? Should be 3. It's fine. Everybody rolled?
Yep. I wait.
Has
Yeah,
Coffin
yeah.
rolled? Yeah. Alright, first goes Luke, once again bleeding 1 point of damage.
Ooh. Is it Minecraft sound effect?
Yeah. Oof. Next up is group 1. So this one that you cannot see is doing fancy maneuvers. And what is the fancy maneuver? Let me double check so I don't do something wrong. That's something. Oh, I also need to lower the hold time. It's gonna take a few seconds. Seven. This guy is dead, so ignore him. He goes to 6. This guy is dead as well. Huh? Did a lot of people just get crossed? No. Why is this guy crossed? You should not be crossed. Repeat. Badum bum bum, badum bum bum. 60 and 60. And Reuven. Oh no, wait. Ones are going. So this guy takes his chance and charges you, Reuven, with a natural 19, which is a crit.
Yeah.
They are rolling very well against you, except for they are not rolling well. You take 44 damage as this guy charges you with his spear. Yeah. For 8 damage.
I heard 44.
No, 4d4. Yeah.
Yeah.
8 damage. And then this guy is wandering, blinded, into here, seeing if he falls over. Yes, falls prone. This guy tries to rearrange his seeing, wanders around a bit. This guy, just having stepped into something, wanders over here, tries not to stumble or something, manages to succeed. Yes, close, but he manages. And I think that's the end of round 1, people. Right, move in, your turn.
Can I still shoot this archer?
You can if you want to. It's probably not the best idea, but you can.
Penalties for that?
Nah. You are a specialized ranger person. You should be able to pull this off.
I get bonuses that hit this guy because he just charged, right?
He has a lowered AC, yes. Also, he's in point blank, which
Yeah, I'm looking at the situation currently. The situation isn't going too well for us at the moment. There's two guys that are like held. Most of these guys are about to come back, right?
no, they are still out for 4 rounds probably.
And there's another 3 archers hidden somewhere.
Yep.
I need to take care of that archer first. I'm gonna shoot the archer. Is it
Alright.
just normal attack?
Yep. That's a crit.
Bam! 5 damage.
You shoot him and he falls down from his tree onto the ground.
Cool. If I were to move away, I'd get opportunity attack,
Yeah.
right?
Coffin's turn.
Corfin casts Enlarge on Wiglaf.
Okay, so he needs to step a bit to the side to do this because
Oh,
enlarge.
doesn't it be- it's not touch.
What?
It's 5 yards per level the range.
Oh, okay. Alright. So Wiglaf is enlarged. Good shit. Kitty's turn.
Chris goes with the next one.
Alright.
Seeing any crits?
Nope.
7 nopes.
Jesus.
20. Just 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Let's
Wait, that's the meme. That's a meme number.
322. Yeah. It's a Dota meme.
go. Buck hit. 4 damage.
It's
Wait,
enough.
it hit?
Yeah, they are held. It's just rolling for
Oh.
crits.
Oh,
12
Jesus
damage.
Christ. Big hold then, I guess.
Minus 12. Killing another
Can
dude.
Kitty still move?
Yes, Kitty can move.
I'd like Kitty to get some cover. I think that'd be Kitty's priority
Yeah,
as well.
Kitty can move 90 feet.
90? Ooh. It's a bit... If I were to go here, this guy's an archer that's shooting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. He's gonna move. Can he move like behind these people? No. Yeah. Yeah. Kitty's gonna... I think Kitty would go for it. So 90 feet. He's gonna attempt to like hide between these held people. To like
Alright.
essentially get cover from held people.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Kitty does.
Alright, Wiglaf's turn. Wiglaf sees his chance to smack somebody on the head and will do so, moving over here. And rolling to hit while being enlarged. Which is
The
plus...
creature's prone.
Oh, this guy is
Creature's-
prone, true.
Creature's prone and blinded.
And blinded, so there's no any cool stuff going on. He rolls a 6, which is 6, 9, 10, 14.
No shield AC?
Yeah, but they have 15 AC just from armor, so that's bad enough to actually not hit. Good job,
Wait.
Wiglaf.
Jesus Christ.
Osma, your turn.
Wait, was that fighter Thaco? Thaco 4? I mean Thaco...
Yeah, 3 plus 1 from specialization. Oh, it's even not even. There's not even a plus 1. It's just plus 3. So it's only a 13.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
I am swinging against this guy. Can I see him or do I need to step off or work on space?
You are slinging?
Yep.
Crazy dude. No spells?
Nope. I have
Um,
disable spells. Everyone is around me is disabled already.
Alright, yeah. Sling him. You can do so. This guy is not prone.
Is my bonus +5? He's blinded, and I have Thaco 19.
Yes.
16 to hit.
That hits.
6.
What the fuck?
Fuck spells.
Yeah, fuck spells.
Good job. You joined this guy in the head. He's blinded. Got smacked by a bullet to the head. Falls over. Dead. And it's Archer turn. What happened here? So These three still have perfect line of sight on you, except for one person who might shoot his friend in the back. And the last archer sees the large kitty running around there. So one archer will try to shoot kitty, hoping to not roll a 1. He rolls a 2, which is not a 1. What?
Which guy? From archers from the bushes attack kitty from here.
Yeah, one archer from the bushes attacks kitty.
Okay.
And then the other 3 archers will attack you.
There's 4 archers just hidden.
There's 3 hidden and 1 visible.
Which guy is the visible one?
Archers.
There's 2 visible, but 1 is held. So this guy is visible.
Uh-huh.
And then this guy is dead.
Yeah.
And then there's 3 other archers that you can see.
Okay. That you can't see. Okay, so there's 4 archers that are shooting.
Yeah.
Okay, in melee.
So these 2 are rolling 16s, which are
Just hit.
high enough to hit you, right?
Yep.
Dum dum. You take 5 damage. Do I have 2 archers? Okay. And then there goes group 2 as well at the same time. This guy is held. This guy is coming out from his tree position once again. Can he charge?
Shooting into a melee only means attacking your friendlies if you roll a 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe at some point we will do this a bit different, but for this, yeah. And this guy will... Which one does he attack? The large person on the side or the other guy who is already dealing with 2 people? He's undecided. So let's see what the rest is doing first. This guy is stumbling around a bit. This guy is still held. This guy came here, this guy is there. I think that's all of them. Yep. Because these 2 are dead. So he has to decide again. And he will actually go to charge Wiglove. Boinky.
Negatives for being so indecisive.
Yeah. Is he on the right? He's on the top layer. Yeah, okay. Alright, he charges Wiglove with a 18, natural 18.
Oh, natural 18.
Oh, this is an interesting thing, because you don't know what Wiglove's shield does, right?
Is he really wielding his shield?
Yeah.
Well, but he was casting spells earlier, so he probably isn't.
Yeah, he's wielding his buckler, I'm assuming.
I mean, if he's not...
Can he cast spells just without his shield?
I think the problem is not like the shield per se, but the problem is casting spells and using the shield at the same time, which is not working. So if he just has the shield like on his arm and is not fighting, so his weapon is not drawn, I think this is possible to pull off.
Okay.
And then there has been 2 rounds with him doing nothing in between. Let's see, is he smart enough to pull this off? Let's roll an in check.
Maybe a wisdom check.
Nah. Yeah, he's smart enough to pull this off. So he has his shield equipped. So this guy rolls an 18, which gets modified by something. What's charge modifier? I'm always doing this one wrong. Charging is +2. So this is 20, 21, 22, 22. Yeah. What's Wiglove's AC? 9 plus 2 is 21, and then something happens after the 21, and this guy crashes into Wiglove's shield. And that's the end of the round.
Second attack.
Second attacks. Who goes first? First goes Rufen.
This time I'm shooting one of the guys in melee.
Yep.
Yeah. Go in melee with me. Let's go. The upper one, northern one.
Alright.
Ooh,
That's a miss. And then goes the rest of the archers. One is still trying to shoot Kitty. Rolls not good enough.
Cover?
Hmm?
Okay.
Uh,
Did Kitty get cover from the guys who's in the scene?
kind of.
Okay.
And then the other three are still trying to shoot you. Now there's only one person who has a good shot on you, so that's bad enough. Would a 14 hit you? A 15?
Nope.
No, okay, so this guy doesn't hit you. And this guy rolls bad enough that he has to check if he shoots his friend in the back. With a 7, it's probably not happening. And we go into the next round.
Oh wait, in the front movement.
And the front movement.
I moved behind the Wiggler and Corporate moves up here.
Alright.
Take him out. Uzmar, take these around me out.
Hopefully.
You have that magic.
Yosh, I did it, King. I think I got a good initiative roll.
Dum dum dum.
What does Corfin have?
1, 2.
Corfin's also gonna be a based slinger, I think.
Coffin also has an enlarged. Just Coffin uses
I
enlarged?
used Corfin's enlarge. I don't have. I thought enlarge, but Corfin used it.
Alright.
He has a stinking cloud and a color spray, so I think he's gonna just sling it up.
Dum dum dum. So everybody rolled.
Yep.
I miss one roll from Ruven.
Did I miss it? Okay. It's totally my fault. I thought I was pretty sure I rolled it.
You rolled a +3, which is probably for Kitty, right?
Yes. It's just my incompetence, sorry.
Alright. First goes, once again, Mr. Lurking Luke. Bleeding for 1 more damage. Next up is Usma, as I remove...
I pull out some rose petals from my satchel, not my satchel, my pouch, and I hold them in front of me and blow onto them, casting sleep on 15-foot radius at 90 feet away. So like there for 15 feet, and right here, it's hitting these two.
Yep, give me 2d4. Good job. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Both of them fall asleep.
For literally forever now. 20 rounds.
I don't even roll this. Kitty goes.
Now, does Kitty remain her mission or does she get away into cover? She can do both. She does both. She first attacks one of the held guys. Ooh, but this guy's wearing a. This guy has a freaking bow, right? He's not gonna get opportunity attacks.
No.
Cool. Hitting. I don't think a 13 is enough to crit.
Nope.
Normal damage.
This guy has 6 HP, so he's dead. If you're attacking the archer or the shield.
One of the held guys.
Yeah, which one? The archer or the spearman?
Ooh.
Kitty is looking at the archer.
Then it's fine. Insta kill him.
Right. This guy's dead.
And then rushes 90 feet. It's 90 feet movement, right?
Yes.
Rushes 90 feet. Getting to cover, like here. Getting underneath the tree.
Alright. As Kitty rushes through the tree, she will see the person standing on a branch.
Oh shit.
In this tree.
Does can she get cover from this guy as well?
I
Rush underneath his tree, so it'd be
Yeah.
uncomfortable to shoot.
This guy can't shoot Kitty. She's behind the tree stump.
Cool.
Wiglaf's turn. Wiglaf will swing his mighty mace with a... Not enough. He rolled a 9, but it's not enough.
Wait, really? A 9 isn't enough?
They have 17 AC. Yeah, it's not enough. Oh no, wait, he's attacking the guy who's thingy, so he can't use his shield. So that's only 15. Wiglaf has a +3 and then another +4, which is a 16, which hits the guy. Good job, Wiglaf! Rolling
Let's go, Wiglaf!
a d6 +1 damage. The d6
Fine.
is
Fine,
a
0.4.
1,
In 1.4.
So- he rolls for 3 damage.
But in large.
Yeah, he rolled a natural 1.
Oh, on the damage die.
Oh wait, no, the +1 would be enlarged as well because it's part of the damage die. So 2 times 1.4 is still not more than 3.
Yeah, but it rounds up.
Yeah, so it's
yeah,
3.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Wiglaf hit something. Alright, Archer's turn.
Wait, does Wiglaf get 2 attacks this round?
Yeah,
Oh, it goes at the end. Sorry.
Yep. so there is 3 more arrow shots flying in your direction.
Okay.
4. Because nobody can see the cat, so they're all trying to shoot you. You are in cover behind one line, so they all have a -2, and they want to roll more than a 3 or shoot their people in the back. So this is a 19, which would be a 19.
Hits me.
Hits you, and then a 14 doesn't hit you.
Nope.
So you take 1d4 damage from 1 arrow. A 4 damage arrow. It's a good one.
4 damage.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And then at the same time goes group 1 and group 2 of the melee people. Melee people in the house. So let's just have them wander around a bit more. Passes is safe. This guy walks into the cloud again and has to save against spell again, which he fails.
Is the
And
cloud still up?
I think it stays up for 5 rounds, right?
I think 4 rounds.
4 rounds? Well, this is the 4th round, I think.
Okay.
And then he goes over there and pukes around a bit. This guy is blind and he thinks that there's somebody in front of him because he's just been hit. So he will try to blindly attack in the direction of Wiglaf. Let's hope he doesn't roll less than a 10 because then he hits his friend. He rolls a 5 and hits his friend. So let's see if he hits him. With a 15, which is an 11 because he's... No, this is a 15. Against this guy who he's kind of behind and on the side where he doesn't have his shield. So he actually hits him.
Big.
With his spear. Oh, the blinded guy next to Wiglaf is attacking his friend. Stabbing him for 6 damage. Good roll.
More damage than Wiglaf.
More damage than Wiglaf, and he's also has stood back up again. So this is these people. These 2 are here. This guy is held. Something. So 2 people are trying to stab you once again, Ruven.
They're both asleep.
Oh, they're both asleep. Oh, they're not trying to stab you. But the guy is trying to hit Wiglaf, the guy who's not on the ground. Just has been stabbed in the back by his friend and rolls a 4 because he's kind of figured it out and doesn't manage to hit. And Ruven, you go at the same time.
Cool. At the same time as who?
As all these melee people.
Okay. Coolio. I believe we are going to do a good old Yeah, I think I gotta kill these two. Wait, can you
They
just
are
insta kill people that are sleeping now or not?
You
uh,
probably
you can
can't.
insta kill if you have a dagger on you or you have swords on
Yeah,
you, right?
of
But wouldn't
course.
you be dropping AC for that then?
What? No.
You can either attack them on the ground with massive bonuses or insta kill them, which would like say that you drop all your guard and attack them, which means no more dex
Yeah.
AC.
They
Okay.
are
Like,
they are unconscious for probably the rest of the combat though.
Yeah.
that's
Unless somebody goes there and wakes them up, they are sleeping.
yeah.
I scream
I'm,
to Ruben to get into cover. I see him bleeding to death.
I'm gonna shoot this guy. The archer. This is normal range.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
It's a crit.
Naturally. Assuming it's a crit, DM.
Yes, it is a crit.
7 points of damage.
Yep, this
Oh,
was too
oh, never
much.
mind.
Fuck. Sorry. My language. I'm gonna get the cover here. Is this from where I've been attacked?
Yeah.
From the arrows, can I?
You
more or
guessed
less-
that nobody can shoot you there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Wait, can you take end of round movement after second attack?
I'm not
No.
doing end of round movement. I'm just using one of my attacks to get movement.
Coffin.
Wait, are we on a new round? Wait.
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I was scrolled down. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, Corfin. Can Corfin see this guy?
Yes.
He tries to sling the guy
Right.
for +5.
Yep. Nope.
Not good.
And end of round. So Wiglaf gets his second attack. Against a guy who just stabbed his friend in the back. This time he rolls a 7 and that's not going to make it. And also the archers would get their second attacks, but they kind of... this guy, I think if Coffin can see this guy, this archer can probably see Coffin, like with a -4 to hit. So he will take this shot.
Where the hell is Coffin?
17 minus 4
My
plus
grandmother was in the way.
something. 15.
I think
I think
that's
Coffin's natural AC is 12 and 4 from armor, so he has 16.
Wait, why is he natural AC 12?
Oh no, it's 11. Why? Because he has high dex.
He doesn't have high dex for +2.
No, just +1. So his AC is 15. Which means the arrow hits him for 1d4 damage. 2. Please remove
I did.
HP and shield.
Oh, yeah, shield. I take some end of round movement as well, by the way.
Yes,
Like
check
this?
your end of round movement as I...
So I'm gonna move like this. I assume this is kind of fine because this guy's blinded, so he can't attack of opportunity me.
yeah.
And because the things are like kind of going weird because it's not 10-foot things, I assume I can make it behind this cover.
Yeah, it's fine.
And I tell Ruben to hold. Let me enlarge you before you head out again.
Gotcha.
And
Ruben's just absolutely bleeding.
yeah, and Corfin takes his end of round movement also to push up.
All right, are we done?
Yep.
Ba-dum-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum-bum. Dum-dum-dum.
Good old initiative, yeah?
Mm.
Yes.
Oh, big. What is Corfin doing? There's a stinking cloud and a meme spray. He's gonna sling again. Sling is so good.
Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum.
So just to confirm, this archer here took 7 damage and didn't die.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Let's sort. Ascending, and Usma goes first. Usma goes first.
I enlarge Reuben.
All right. And Kitty goes next.
Ruben shouts for Kitty to attack the live one now. So the Kitty's gonna go and attack the live one.
Kitty also sees the person in a tree. Which one does she attack? She attacks the person on the ground.
Three attacks.
Yeah.
Let's roll d20s for now.
She can charge if she wants.
Ooh, how much can she still do movement after? This
No.
is now like 30 feet of movement back.
No.
Okay. But the charger also gives like it gives +2,
+2 to hit and +1 for damage.
+1 for damage. But
Oh.
it takes
Only on the
away
first
dex
attack.
AC.
Yeah.
Uh,
Kitty would never charge. No.
Yeah. What?
That's fucking stupid for Kitty to charge.
Yeah. So no charge.
No.
Normal attacks.
Yeah.
That's
Really
7
bad.
again.
Yep. Nothing hits. Good job, Kitty.
Kitty attempts to hide underneath this arch.
And then goes group 1. Last round of stumbling. No, how many rounds does blind last? 1d4 plus.
4 plus 4. So at least one more. If they roll
Okay.
1 on the d4, that's one more.
Yeah. I rolled a 1 on your roll and a 4 on Coffin's roll, which means they both end at the same time. Which is really funny. So this person stumbles around a bit, tries not to fall over something, manages to stay up. This person is dead. This person is still slinging very hard, trying to hit Wiglaf. Rolls a 12, which is more than 10. Manages not to hit his friend, but also hits nothing else. And then the spooky things happen as from out of nowhere one spearman appears behind Coffin, charging him. On his arm, holding a buckler, not a shield as he has held before. Rolling to hit. Rolls a natural 18. Which is a modified more than 20. Which is a crit.
Ouchie, owie.
Dealing
Oh.
4d4 damage against Coffin.
Wait, did you say 4d4?
4d4, yeah. For 8 points of damage.
Easy. He's unarmored now, but... Oh, whoops.
Also, his spell fizzles.
He was not casting a spell.
Right.
Does this sling round fizzle? Does
No.
it get interrupted?
No. But he's not like a really cool specialized guy, and he's now in melee with somebody using his sling, which provokes attacks of opportunity. Reuven, you go next.
Reuven's start shooting this guy. Turn around and start shooting this guy to stack. What are the rules to shooting in melee now?
This is not in melee, you have like enough distance between the two of them.
Okay. So I can shoot the one that charged.
Yes.
Oh, I attack. 20.
It hits.
3 points of damage.
Right. And up goes group 2, right? This person is still held. I forgot one round. This person stumbles around once again a bit. Falls to the ground. And this person tries to hit Wiglaf and tries really hard to roll a natural 20. It's a 12. And Wiglaf retaliates, trying to hit the still blinded person who will no longer be blinded at the end of this round with a 6. Okay. And the archers go. This one tries to shoot Kitty, obviously. The second one also tries to shoot Kitty. But Kitty is small, so they are firing into melee. The first one rolls a 17, more than 17, which is a hit. And the second one rolls a 2, which will accidentally shoot as his friend. With a more than 13, which hits. So Kitty takes 2 damage, and the archer takes 1 damage. Please also reduce the armor spell.
Yep.
This guy will take his shot at Coffin, because that's the only person he can properly see. With an 11 on the die, which is enough to hit him.
Oh my god, yeah, it is. True.
For 3 damage.
Wait, who? Oh, the archer.
One of the hidden archers.
Do I put him at -1 or 0?
A -1. And Coffin skips his turn because he's downed. And second attacks, which is Reuven and... Oh, one of the spearmen as well. No, both of the spearmen should be having second attacks against.
17 or crit?
Let me check. First goes group 1 person who rolls a 17. It's not enough. And then goes Reuven. Who are you shooting?
Still the same guy I shot before.
Behind Coffin?
Yeah.
Yep, shoot him. 40. Yeah, that's a hit.
4 damage.
Exactly enough to shoot him over the head, shoot him to the ground. And this guy gets a second attack, doesn't roll a 20 either, so unlucky. The archers get second attacks as well. Did Kitty run away again, or does Kitty like just sit out in the open?
Kitty hasn't had a turn yet.
Kitty hasn't had a turn?
Kitty went up 5, it did have a
Kitty went at the beginning of the round.
But Kitty walked in and
asked
attacked.
if he moved 60
Mm-hmm.
and then attacked. Can he use the remaining 30 to move
Yes,
back?
yes.
Okay, I asked that, but I think I misheard.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, she attempted into cover behind this tree.
Okay. All right.
This tree
So
cover.
there's still these 2 archers who are trying to shoot Kitty. Now no longer in melee, so probably the first shot shouldn't have been in melee as well. This would be a 17 minus 2, 15.
Nope.
Aw.
Kitty has ace.
Kitty's AC is broken, yeah, because of...
Not too broken. Not as broken as our old dwarfy boy here.
yeah. But old dwarfy boy is wearing heavy armor and Kitty's wearing no armor. This archer just still can only shoot at Coffin, who is now on the ground though, so it's a -2 on his shot. But he will take it and miss. The other 2 went, so let's quickly check for these 2 archers. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right. Next round.
Reuven shouts Wiglaf looking at Coffin. Does he get a response? Wiglaf! Coffin! Like points Coffin. Does you respond with a shout?
I can't move now. Probably is the response.
Was it can move now or
Can't move now. As like the blind wears off and these people can move again properly.
Even rolls this for initiative. Haha.
Wiglaf rolls. It's actually a 6. I've been rolling wrong. And then here we have this and this and this, and then this. All right. First goes Luke. Still not dead, okay? Still has some HP left before he dies. And then Kitty.
Kitty is gonna still following, attempt to attack this guy.
Mhm.
After she's done attacking this guy, she could move 60 feet away, right?
Yes.
Cool. So she's gonna go and attack. Let's roll three dice. That's a bit better.
That's a hit
8.
on the first one.
So only a 5 hit. Four damage.
Exactly enough.
Ah!
Not lethal.
This guy
Then it's gonna
gets bitten in the back by the cat and falls to the ground.
run, get essentially where she was before. So she's like
Mhm.
right underneath the tree, like stub. So she has cover. So this guy has a bad angle to shoot at, and everyone else also she has cover from.
You go at the same time as Kitty.
Yep. Reuben is gonna use movement initiative. So
Mhm.
he's gonna rush in here and do the old pick up the gnome and run back to cover strat.
All right. What's your
Cannot
carrying
do that.
capacity over your current weight?
I'm currently at 32. I have 45. How much?
You are half moving with Coffin in your arms.
That's fine.
Unless you want to drag him.
What?
Unless you want to drag him.
Does dragging incur like damage to him?
Potentially.
Let's see. I moved here 70. If I move and I just use everything to move, how much movement do I have? 120
120.
feet.
Mm-hmm.
But I could also run. Could I also do the running action or some sort of action to?
Nope, this is already running action. Else it would only be 60.
That would mean I already moved. What else? I was here. Like moved 60. I moved half. I would only have 30 feet left.
Yep.
Can I move here?
You can try to get him into cover somewhere, yeah.
Cool. That's what I do. Like picking it up.
Alright.
I guess beneath this tree, sure. Away from where I'm expecting the archers are.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, maybe like one square.
Coffin also takes 1 point of bleeding damage.
Oops.
And at the same time,
Come on, it doesn't work. Plus 3. There we go.
okay. At the same
Count
time
input
goes
negative values.
Group 1. Group 1. Who's left from Group 1? This guy who just wakes up from his fever dream. But he is determined. He readies his spear and charges into Wiglaf exactly 90 feet, so he can do this.
It's fine. We'll miss.
Probably rolls a 12. It's not enough. The guy who has just been hit over the head by Wiglaf the round before also tries to stab him. With a 19! It's not enough. And this person's still sleeping, so he's not doing anything. Coffin goes as well. Coffin already went. Wiglaf tries to hit one of these people. Which one is he hitting? The guy on his right with a 9, which is not enough. And Osmar goes.
Yeah, let me show you how to bonk a dude. Okay, I'm gonna hit this guy with my quarterstaff. Do I get like flanking?
Yes.
Okay, so -3. Right?
Yeah, you have to roll a 20 anyway, so just go ahead. It's not enough.
Fuck.
It's close. You only
No,
would
but
have had to roll a 15, but you missed.
You're doing this instead of helping Goffin.
I mean that's what I rolled in for.
Next is Group
When I rolled
2 and
initiative,
the
Griffin was all the way
archers.
here.
Group 2, this guy waking up from his retching and things. Yeah.
Oh, also I should have more armor. I casted it. I did cast it last session. After we leveled up, I said I have to cast it, and then first morning when we prepare spells, I said I did it.
Yeah. This guy disappears into nowhere. And this guy tries to stab Wiglaf, doesn't manage to do so as the archers fire.
Where? Who?
Yeah, this is an interesting part.
Not
This
hitting me, that's for
guy
damn sure.
does try to hit Rufen, because Rufen is like really large and you can see him slightly behind the trees. It's at a -4, but he tries anyways.
Can I?
It's a 10.
Nope.
Want to roll a perception check to see if we see where the shot is coming from? Go ahead.
No.
No, you have no idea where this guy is shooting from.
Fucking ghost.
Fucking ghost.
These guys
Yeah.
are actually ghosts.
It's this guy disappears. And it's the end of the round, so second attacks from Wiglaf is the only person with a second attack.
I end of the round movement, not move, but I scream to Ruben. We can't
10,
help Orphan with
12.
spears on our backs.
Wiglaf misses again.
Costa, you help him. He's bleeding.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of accidentally closed the thing. It's a bad idea. Yeah. It's initiative time. Coffin. Lukey boy. Group 1. Group 2. Archers. I think that's everything. Let's go. First go the archers, as one arrow is trying to ping Ruven once again.
Still at the cover.
Yep. Oh, there was also a second arrow at the end of last round that I skipped. Is this true? I don't know. Let's ignore it for now. No, I skipped it, I'm sure. It didn't hit you anyways, so it's fine. Usma, it's your turn.
I glitter dust the guys in front of us. That's gonna look like something like this. Something like that.
Okay. Oh, you just cast Glitter Dust and I have to roll saving throws, right?
Yep.
That's nothing you roll.
Do I roll the 1d4 or is that you?
The guy in the middle passes, the other two get knocked blind, right?
Yep, for 1d4 plus 4 rounds.
Yep. Right. They are blinded once again. Unlucky. The only person who's not blinded is the guy who has been blinded before. That's probably why he's not blinded again. The same time, our good friend Luke continues bleeding. And
Or are you just saying that? Has he already been healed by the cleric chosen of Kaskadar?
probably. as Group 1 goes, which is one guy who has been blinded and will furiously stab into Wiglaf's direction, hoping for a 20, which he doesn't roll, and the next guy hoping to hit, but he also doesn't roll a 20, so unlucky. And Coffin goes and takes a point of bleeding damage. And Wiglaf goes. Now there's two more blinded people, which are easier to hit than the one who's not blinded, so Wiglaf will hit one of the blinded people. With a 12. Which is enough to hit this guy on his right. For 5, 6 times 1.4 is... I'm stupid. Can somebody calculate this in his head?
What did it say?
8.4, 9 damage. I'm not stupid. Knocking this guy over, he's down. And same time, Kitty goes.
Okay, I have a question for the GM now.
Yes.
I would say that Kitty's primal instincts tell her to chase after the hunt that just escaped from her.
Yeah, sure.
But Reuben's teachings would say do not leave the general area of the party.
It's a wisdom check.
Yeah.
Give Kitty a wisdom check. If she fails, he charges behind.
Let's just roll 20.
Oh.
I
think Kitty has a wisdom score, so let's check.
Wisdom 8.
Wisdom 8. Ooh, unlucky. Kitty charges after the person who just fled. And I will take over control from Kitty from here. Zip. Give me a 3d20 just for fun.
Cool. That's 29s.
Yeah, that's 29, it's a bit too much. And all of them are out of range.
And all of them are so good as well.
So this is one hit with the bite. How much damage does the bite do?
23.
1d3.
Times 2. Yes.
So 4 damage. Alright. And Rufen goes.
Cool. I would like to attack this blind guy, but in a way, can I move somehow so I have less chance of hitting Vigor?
Yeah, if you take like a few steps around the tree and like drop to half rate of fire.
I want to do that.
Else you don't want to roll a 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the half movement to move.
Right.
I'd like to move in a scenario where I'd have cover, but also be. Tell me this is possible, DM. If I can have some cover, also be able to not attack Wiglaf, but be within 30 feet.
Yeah, you are like this hidden archer has a better shot on you now.
But only like a better or like a clear shot.
It's a -2 instead of -4.
I'll take that.
All right.
I shoot the guy in front of me.
All right. That's a crit.
Yep. I did. Wait. Okay. I slightly. Okay, bam.
13.
Times 1.4.
Times 1.4 and also point blank, right? So.
Yeah, plus 2. 6. I don't think the point blank goes with the 1.
No.
Right?
-16. You like pin this guy to the ground. He like falls over. And next goes group 2. Who's left from group 2? Just this guy's dead. This guy's sleeping. This guy's held. Okay. Group 2 does nothing. End of round.
I think end of round.
This archer takes his second shot against Reuven
Or I guess here.
for a 7. doesn't hit. This is group 1, so this guy takes his second stab for this round against Wiglaf, misses. Coffin already went, Wiglaf doesn't get a second attack, Reuven doesn't get a second attack, so it's end of the round. Roll initiative.
Is it a full round action to stabilize?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a kitty on screen anymore.
Yep.
Be able to, like.
Kitty is doing kitty stuff.
Usman rolls 100 for initiative. But you're on 1, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So this guy also is no longer held. Okay, somebody's paying attention.
Yeah.
I
Kitty didn't
did.
finish him, but Kitty went after the other guy.
Initiative. Off the screen, something happens. As Luke continues bleeding and Coffin continues bleeding.
Wait, does it continue bleeding if I'm stabilizing him this round?
Nope. You stabilize at the end of the round.
Okay.
And there goes Group 2. Group 2 does exist of one person who just returns from being held forever. And this is the most determined bandit you have ever seen in your life. Tries to understand what's going on. Is this even possible that he passes this check? It's not a 2, so let's double check.
What are you trying to do? Is this a morale check?
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. No. He says goodbye. Bloop. And this archer also decides that this is the end of what's going on. As Group 1 goes, Group 1 has this one person. Nobody has offered him to throw down his weapon, so he continues fighting to the bitter end. Seeing that all these attacks against Wiglaf are pointless, he instead runs up to Reuven, trying to stab him.
Does it provoke attack of opportunity because these are 10-foot squares?
Wiglaf is enlarged, so no. Unlucky. With a 9 to hit you.
Nope.
Oh, unlucky. It's your turn.
I think Reuven will shout, seeing like I assumed there was going to be a shot, but there wasn't a shot, right? Meaning there was an archer somewhere that still hasn't shot.
Mm-hmm.
But they might have already run away. Reuven will not that bloodthirsty. Wait, I'll give myself a wisdom check. Reuven's bloodthirsty. Reuven shoots melee point blank.
Go ahead.
21.
It's a hit.
Wait, the +2 isn't times by enlarged?
No.
7 points of damage.
You shoot this guy in his shoulder. He flings back his arm, but he's not down. As Wiglaf sees his opportunity and takes a large step over here and hits him in the back with his mace. With a 14, 15, 16 without shield, this is actually a hit and smacks this guy for 7 points of damage. And this guy falls over dead as well. And Usma gets to heal.
Yep. After I do my check, I scream out, Wiglaf, take care of the slept ones in Corfin. Rufin, we need to chase for Luke. And I start running this way.
Heard. Are we still in combat, Ian?
If you want to keep chasing, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm chasing this way.
So we roll initiative.
Yes.
I'm assuming just running is movement rate 3.
Yes.
Or initiative 3, sorry.
Like just like initiative doesn't really matter. We just move into in turns.
Yeah.
So you run for 1 round. Where do you run?
Up to here where we saw this person. I think as I'm running, I will do like
How much can I run?
Ruben puts his fingers in his mouth and just does a ear-piercing whistle as a call for the cat to see if he gets a response, because he's not seeing the cat. But will run here. I guess we both start running. We saw him go around here.
Wait, can I take more movement than the 120?
I'm gonna run, so 120
Yeah.
yards.
Times 3.
So it would have. I was here.
360.
I was
Another
here.
50
So
here.
360.
As you run by this place, you see
Or should I move myself close to Ruben because I was there?
a corpse lying under the tree.
Where? Could you a bit out?
Here.
Ah, I think we stop.
Yep.
And look at the corpse. Oh, it perfectly blended in with the tree. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
This body has almost stopped bleeding.
I plunged my dagger into his throat.
Okay.
Has he been? Final thing on this round. Does it seem like he's been pillaged, stuff taken from him?
You have seen before that he had a buckler on his left arm, which he does not have anymore.
But we saw a guy just this side that came back with a buckler instead of a shield, right?
Yes.
Which one was that guy?
This one here.
I'm not seeing your arrow.
I was pinging.
Ah, okay.
I try to quickly cut this guy's head off and then run with his head to the party.
Reuben starts running to where, starts looking for the cat. Starts running into the wood for the cat.
Yeah, you take your best guess where the cat is, and shortly after you run into this direction, Kitty shows up close to you.
Does she look? Reuben goes crouching down, ignoring the arrow sticking out of his hammer. Rushes down to it and checks her, see if she's damaged any further.
Doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
She's kind of bloody though.
Yeah. Okay. He first grimaces, thinking she's being damaged further, but still quite saddened by the tiny cut on her fur of 2 damage, but slightly calms down seeing that it's not her blood.
Yeah. Do you want to do more chasing, or is this the end of the chasing?
Does the cat say anything about there being more of them? Or what does Kitty say? Are there more of them? What happened?
I catch one. Not good hiding.
Well, how could they compare to you, my companion?
They grow fur and then get smaller than they compare.
Reuven, in this highly adrenaline high and tense situation, kind of just chuckles. That probably looks absolutely insane to his Uzma. As Reuven's like next to his blood-colored cat and just stuck chuckling.
All right.
I think Osmar is not too focused. He's just cutting the head off.
All right. So no more chasing.
I don't think so. Unless one of us tells us to do so. Or Usma says it or something.
Nope.
As all of this is over, you hear the gentle sound of rain dropping onto leaves. You might slightly wonder why these bandits have been staying in the open during the rain, instead of hiding under the trees, all of them. But sometimes you just have to wonder a bit. Usma is going with his bloody business, removing the head from who you assume to be Luke.
Yep. Does he have a ring?
He has indeed a ring.
Does he have a dagger?
He does indeed have a dagger.
I take the dagger and the ring. And the head.
How much time do you take to look at this corpse?
Not very much. I take the dagger, I take the ring.
Give me a quick perception check. Did you pass a perception check?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Blind.
As you take off the ring and you pull the dagger out of this, he has this sheath at the side, you see that he has a weird belt on as well.
Okay, I take the belt.
This belt is it's a leather belt. It seems to be way too large.
Does it look like it's of very fine quality?
It's hard to tell. It's dirty and
okay,
definitely worn, but it's a very broad belt, way broader than you would expect somebody to just wear for no reason.
Okay.
That's the thing that jumps out into you. Why does he have a super broad leather belt on? Makes no sense.
Of his strength? Who knows?
Who knows why? Maybe this is a heirloom or something.
I touch his pockets to see if there's any letters.
No letters, no.
Okay. After I'm done cutting his head, I kick the open wound a couple of times. Spit on the corpse.
There's no more blood in this corpse. He has been bleeding to death. You have cut his head off. There's no more blood left that can flow out of this body.
Yep. And then I head out.
Alright. Where do you head?
To my party.
Okay. So not too far.
Not too far.
You return to your party. You see that Wiglaf has patched Corfin up and will offer to heal you, Reuven, if you want to.
Reuven will not.
Alright, what healing spells do we have?
3.
We have 3 Cure Light Wounds, which are all D8s. So somebody roll me 3 D8.
Does she push them all into me?
Yeah, there's nothing else you can do with them.
Sure. I'll roll it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Just 3d8.
Yes.
That's
Good
another
job.
one.
Get 8
Do I get
HP
all
back.
A
As
couple of,
Kitty goes back to 22 HP.
does she, oh, so yeah, she has a small cut.
Alright.
Is Coffin up?
Coffin is up in quotation marks.
Okay.
He's slightly aware of his surroundings, but he's more or less useless.
Yeah.
All his
Ruben,
spells are locked from his memory.
Cool. Ruben kind of self-deprecatingly laughs. That went very according to plan, didn't it? I almost thought we should run.
I look at him kind of weirdly.
Well, there were many enemies, and like looks up at you. If you would have been attacked as many arrows as I, and he like looks down and sees just more than 10, probably close to 20 arrows, all just either inside his armor or inside his flesh. He takes out one by one.
We can talk about this later, but you ran into the open almost as if you had a death wish on yourself.
Better than me than either one of you or my companion. They
Should have been none of us.
than all of you. I was the best one to take him. And Coffin, he's forgetting names. He's so bloodied. Wiglaf was too slow to get up. It was either me or all the arrows that one of you two or my companion.
These great trees around us are enough cover. I don't think we would have been hit.
Well,
You need to reconsider next time before you run out in the open.
I believe what I did was for the best. It was heated combat. I did what I think was best.
Yes, well, we'll talk about this later. We'll have to make sure that we get out of here right now in the best condition.
Did Wiglaf bring all the bodies here?
Wiglaf will go and start dragging bodies around, yeah.
Ruben, can you go get our horses?
Yeah. That's what he does.
I look over Corfin a little bit, and then I go kind of touch these guys' pockets, see if they're carrying gold.
Yeah, you will find, like, every one of them has, like, a bunch of coinage around. They have a surprising amount of silver coins on them, which probably come from looting. As they have 160.
Uzma, you writing this down? Should I?
I can write it down. What did you say? 54 gold?
No, 47 gold pieces. Oh, I didn't GM roll this. Okay.
183 copper, or is that silver?
183 copper, 47 gold, and 162 silver.
What's that 54 then?
A third of 162.
No. Okay. Then I guess as Ruben's getting the horses, we sort out the weapons.
Yep.
Can you move this body here as well?
No.
What? Why?
Did he also bring the decapitated corpse over?
That is the decapitated corpse.
What?
That is the decapitated corpse.
Okay.
On the decapitated corpse, you will also find some gemstones.
Oh, I picked it up.
2 gemstones to be precise.
Nice.
Let's see. What gemstones though? That is a pretty good roll. That's a 69, which is always a good roll.
69.
And
On a D100?
yep,
Very good.
that's a 1. Does this even work? Ooh. Ooh.
Were the archers... Sorry.
I think we want to bring all the weapons and armor and shields.
Yeah, they
right?
sold for so much last time.
Because this is all like military equipment that they
Yep.
that freshly gained military equipment.
So the one stone you pull out is like this is the fanciest gemstone you have ever seen in your life.
Nice. 1 giga fancy
Yeah.
gemstone. And the other one?
The other one is kind of shitty.
1 shitty gemstone.
So the first one you get, or the very fancy one, is a the person who could identify this is currently knocked out, so you don't really notice. But it is a translucent blue stone with sparkly highlights in it, so it's very fancy.
Does that mean a sapphire?
Or a blue emerald, or who knows.
Oh yeah, true.
Maybe something completely different. That's a
Oh,
fancy stone.
Speaking of knowing things,
Yeah.
never mind. This is kind of unrelated to this. But I was wondering, do I through my archaeology proficiency, do I know any wizards from Laxana? From like 1,000 years ago, like some ancient cool wizards from Laxana.
Let me tell you about the second stone, and then we will talk about this.
Okay, sorry.
The second stone is a light green, just stone. But it is in the same bag, so it must be something.
Oh, was he carrying a light stone?
Yeah, he also has a light stone. That's true.
I'll get that as well.
Alright. What is your... Give me your roll for thingy iconology.
I think it's plus 15. 26?
Nothing comes to your mind, no.
Okay.
Laxana, the only thing you know about Laxana is that it's like a shitty fishing town at the edge of the kingdom.
Okay.
Wiglaf speaks some words over the corpses. Adding something.
I sort out the weapons and armor such that it's ready for when Ruben brings out the horse.
What's 13 times 2 plus 5?
26, 31.
31. So that's 28. All right.
Oh, they weren't carrying any platinum?
Nope.
What the fuck?
Broke as fuck.
Yeah.
I think that's all updated, so we need to update this one. How many coins in copper did you get?
183, but I don't think I'm carrying that. I think I'm just leaving it.
Okay, so you're just taking the gold and silver.
Yeah.
How much? How much in copper is the gold and silver?
How much in copper?
Yeah.
470. Wait, one gold is how much copper?
100.
100. Okay, then 4,700 gold, or 4,700 copper and gold, and then 1,620 in silver. So
64701.
and yeah, I put the Luke belt on, so I feel stronger.
Oh yeah.
I try to go, I don't know, lift something. Lift wiggle up a little bit. Is it easier? No, I don't do that. I'll just lift one of the corpses, see if it's easier.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So much easier.
Okay.
What is your strength usually?
14.
14. Yeah. Incomparable.
Jesus. Okay. Right, that's one more spell I never need to cast.
I'm assuming the magic doesn't stack with a magic item.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I give it to Wiglaf.
Oh.
Wait,
Wiglaf.
bro.
Does Wiglaf need to roll?
Actually, no. Wiglaf, if
now?
Wiglaf's still doing his chance, I'll give it to Wiglaf later.
Yeah, Wiglaf's busy passing these souls to the afterlife. Or whatever he's doing. You don't really know.
Yeah.
And you want loot for other things, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you found one dagger.
One dagger. Yep.
You writing this down?
I'm writing this down.
Just checking if these have side
I'll
art.
actually go.
I never wrote it down. Good job.
I'm writing.
Do I have this in here? Okay. All right. You find 3 bows.
Is it longbow? or
Long
short
bows.
bow? Longbow 3.
Yeah. And then 10 spears. 10 Aspis shields. Including one that has been thrown under the tree next to where Luke was at this point. 10 sets of chain armor. 3 sets of kind of shitty leather armor.
I guess are we not taking those then?
You can do whatever you want. Just telling you that the chain armor seems to be military grade and the leather armor seems to be homemade in the bandit base.
Okay, fuck the leather armor then.
Yeah. And a 11th piece of chainmail.
Sorry?
Luke also has chainmail.
There was 10 chain armor.
11.
Okay, I wrote down 10 earlier.
Yeah. I said 10 and then I
okay.
thought that Luke also has one, so 11.
Yeah. Is that it?
The buckler.
Okay. Wacky buckler.
Wacky buckler. Does somebody want to try on the wacky buckler?
I guess this is a good place to ask this, Duck. I think we talked about this with Toph. Can you wield any sort of shield with a bow? I remember
technically, you could. It's just useless because you can't use it for anything. You have a shield on your arm. Good job.
You can parry with it.
Yes. But you can either attack or use the shield, one of the two things. It would give you armor if you are like total defending and not attacking. But if you are attacking with a bow, the shield is useless. It's just hanging on your arm.
You can block, it would help against archer fights.
Only if you're not attacking. Because you cannot have the shield in front of you when you are shooting. As a melee fighter, you can have the shield in front of you and still attack. And so
like this. Wait, where's this Discord? Here. Like this.
Yes.
In ranged combat.
Yeah.
That doesn't protect you.
Not really that much.
Okay.
Like it's not attacking you from the people you are shooting at.
Yeah. Kinda.
I guess second question then is what do I need a shield proficiency to use a shield or a buckler?
No. You can use a shield, but it is less great if you don't have shield proficiency.
So you get less AC?
No, it's not AC. It's what you can do with the shield.
Okay.
Like with shield proficiency, you can use your shield for blocking, like actively blocking, and it's not like counting as an attack.
Does Wiglaf have a shield proficiency?
No.
Okay.
Do we loot any arrows off these guys?
Shitty arrows, if you want to.
Does shitty mean vodka?
Great arrows?
It's D4 arrows. They have a bunch of them. They are not very well made. This is bandit grade arrow equipment. Also, the longbows are not like high quality. They're just decent longbows.
Yeah, but longbows are super expensive.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, do I need to write down the weights?
I guess so.
3 each. Spears weigh. Do they weigh 3 as well?
Spear 3, yeah.
And Asper shield is 8.
Asper shield is 16.
What? Jesus Christ! How much does an Asper shield sell for?
10 gold.
Okay, fuck that. We're not carrying these shit ass shields. Way too heavy. Chain armor weighs. Is this a full suit? Is that what
Yep.
chain armor means?
Yep.
So these weigh what?
40.
10? What?
40.
40? Jesus Christ. Okay, never mind. Maybe we can't carry the shields. We're gonna just keep moving at abysmal movement rates.
Well, to be fair, we could just move it. Our horse's movement rate is pretty good.
Yeah.
We could move at fucking 6, or we could move at 6 if we
I
need
have
it.
900 pounds distributed amongst the horses. Five of which are already at 200-ish.
So
And
riding horses go down to half movement at 400.
Yeah, so okay, this is fine. We can split it.
I think technically this is thirds always, like 1/3, 2/3, and overburdened.
What?
There's like only 3 encumbrance levels for horses, so it's 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 of encumbrance.
Okay.
So 400 would be 2/3, like 1/3 movement speed. So 8.
I don't think they even have that much weight. Wait, let's see. Let's say that they have 200 times, 4 plus 400. Yeah, we can split this without even going over 400 on each horse.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the shields?
Yep, even with the shield and the armor. have 5
Armor
horses.
weighs 40, shield weighs 16.
Yep, so 440 in armor and 160 in shields.
The buckler weighs 5.
Okay. Yeah, we're not even close to being overloaded.
Okay.
We have 5 horses to split amongst the split
Yeah,
load.
I shot exactly 10 arrows. I'll roll for them.
Yeah, but roll me a 1d3 and you only get them on once. They're either broken or lost.
Okay. It's only on ones. Gotcha. 1, 2, 3. I got
Good
3
job.
arrows back. I'll actually. We have our horses here, so I'm just going to take a note of my horses. Take 7 off here.
Subtidu.
Okay. Any further memes to do here?
So we got everything. We looked through all the bodies, got all the pouches, all the armor, all the weapons. We checked all their pockets.
You can like loot rations if you want as well.
Maybe we'll all eat some of their rations, but I don't think we're gonna start carrying them.
Alright. Anything else you want from them? They can have some random stuff if you're interested in random stuff like torches or rope, bedrolls, ugly clothing.
I think we're set. Do them have a silk robe?
No.
I'll do a circle on their camp and where they slept. See if they put anything down or any stuff they left. Sleeping areas.
No, they were traveling light, seems like. Interesting stuff they had on their bodies. As I said, like there's some sleeping bags on the ground, sleeping rolls, bedrolls. Some random stuff that they probably carry around as a group, like ropes, some larger bags, water skins.
So it seems at least when they're raiding, we haven't really even asked at the villages, but when they're raided, they've just kind of taken money, left there, and just broken stuff and left everything there. Seems like.
Yeah, money, food.
We don't see like any valuable like not money stuff like stuff made of like silverware.
Or some gems that I picked up.
Yeah, I would like just throw the silverware into the gem pool. They might have stolen like some random forks if they found some, but mostly they just got some money
Gotcha.
and food.
Nice.
Well, I think Wiglaf does his whatever rituals,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we're good. Did we take all of the boss's stuff?
Mm, I have his dagger, ring, head, belt, and the wacky shields on the donkey. I mean the horsey. So yep, I think that's everything.
Yeah. Nobody tried on the buckler.
Ruben's still very
I'll try it on.
scared.
If
You
Okay.
tried on.
If Wiglaf won't.
Wiglaf already has a cool shield.
I'll try it on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Anything?
As you try it on and look at the inside of the shield, a word becomes visible to you. The word
What
is Heidi.
Heidi?
Heidi.
Heidi?
Yeah.
Okay, I assume I don't speak that language.
No.
Okay.
Or maybe it's not even a language, but like.
Okay.
Can you repeat this to us?
No, I don't want to say it in case it's like a magic word. I'll say that there's some scribbling on the shield. I try to jump with it, see if it's a featherfall shield.
It doesn't seem to be.
I try to run a little bit, see if it makes me faster.
It doesn't.
I'll go and like grab the shield that's on your arm and like bring it over to me and try to read the script.
Uh,
I don't let go of the shield with my
Yeah,
biggest strength.
attach
No, just
your
kidding.
arm. I just like look at it.
No, just kidding, I do it.
as the shield is on Usma's arm and you try to look inside of the shield.
Yeah.
I take the shield off. As he starts fiddling, I take it off so it's easier for him.
Okay.
No, Ruben gets real close, right up to Uzma.
Yeah.
Right.
Both of you roll me perception checks at half perception.
+1.
Yep. Okay.
Rounded up, rounded half, rounded up or down.
Always down.
+1 for the fact that I have the shield.
Oh. Yeah, Reuven, as you like get close, you don't see the writing in the shield.
There is no writing on the shield. Where is it? Point at it.
I point to the writing.
Do you still, as you still have the shield on, like you point to the writing in the shield, Reuven,
Oh
you
no,
don't.
I have the shield off now.
Oh, then you don't see it either.
Like, wait, what? Like, oh. You only see it, I guess, when you have it on you.
That sounds very much like magic evil wizard curse. Can you draw it in dirt?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
Can you really throw it into the dirt? It's like
What?
it seems to be a magic item. Do you really want to throw it in the dirt?
I'm not gonna throw it in the dirt.
Ruben said, draw the symbol on the dirt.
Oh, draw the symbol on the dirt. Okay.
I take a stick and I draw the writing.
Yeah. You have no idea what this person just scribbled on the ground. Usma, you don't have an idea what you scribbled on the ground either.
No.
Like, as you try to write what you saw, this makes no sense. As you look at it on the ground, it makes no sense.
Yeah, we can look at this later. I'll have spells to try to decipher this.
Okay. Do you want some of us to keep it, or do you want to keep it?
No, if you want it, you can have it.
I guess I don't really use a shield. I guess I could, just in case.
I give a shrug.
Yeah. Not for now. Maybe after you look at it.
I put it in my backpack. It was in the poster. It was described as a weird looking shield. Does it look weird?
Yeah, kind of.
Does it have like twists? Does it have like the same kind of vibe that the Skyrim Ebony Dagger has, where it's like kind of like curvy and twisty?
Um, no, not really, but it like seems like it has this lever on the front of it.
Leather?
Leather,
Oh, leather.
yeah,
Okay.
which is kind of like ripped in some parts, and then has this brass ring on the outside. From the inside, it seems to be wooden. Probably something else under the leather, but yeah, it's just a weird shield.
Okay. Just toss it in my backpack.
Mhm.
And I take a closer inspection at the dagger that he had. Does it look like fine?
Looks like a well-made dagger, yeah.
Anyone
Okay.
know how to use a dagger?
I'm quite the expert, and I put it in my. I sheath the dagger on my belt.
All right.
Oh, I did not know you know how to use weapons besides this sling, Rosma.
Yeah, it's a typical stereotype that wizards can't use weapons, but um, I'm an exception to that.
That is very interesting. We should spar later.
Yeah, maybe sometime.
Do you give the belt to Wiglaf?
No, is he done with his shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess at some point when we make camp, I think that's when I would give it. I need to take the armor off to sleep anyway,
Hmm.
so he doesn't need to start undressing and redressing and undressing and redressing.
All right. So we break up from this gruesome place and head where?
I think using our horses. Do we want to go through here? We're gonna assume we're gonna meet the thingies, right?
What?
The centaurs. If we go like so, so we want to circle around them, assuming.
Well, I mean, we can go through like this and not meet the centaurs.
But we're not sure how long, how much distance. They said they were dealing with deep wood, which might mean their entire the like area might reach all the way out down here.
Yeah. What's our movement speed with the horses? It's not 48 now anymore.
Your
It's
movement speed of the horses is
18?
16.
16.
Should
So
have been
32.
16 all the time, but
So 32 means there's like 2 days travel like this. Whereas this with 12 is also like
no, this would
yeah,
be
there's
not.
2 days.
Oh yeah, it would be 12. Yeah.
Yeah. So we would go a little bit into the forest that we can now, and then we sleep, and then we go the rest towards Low Bay tomorrow. How much more is there remaining of today?
It's late afternoon by now.
Okay, so we can still make like movement speed 12. We can still make like
Like 20%
miles?
of your movement.
20%.
Yep.
Ruben still says, "I'm pretty sure that the centaurs this area might be centaur territory. Pretty sure."
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I do not think so. I guess we can.
I mean, we traveled from here before. I guess we always traveled this way.
Yeah, we've never gone past Deepwood. I don't think.
You could travel to Deepwood as well.
Are we really that worried about seeing the centaurs? I feel like they wouldn't aggress on us. They just tell us to move.
Yes, I know that. It's just it would be wasting time. Well, of course, I always like to go through forest rather than human territory, so I'm fine.
Yeah, I think it's much quicker.
I would rather not go to Deepwood. This impression of these humans is bad,
Yeah,
especially when we are carrying so much money, as you say.
yeah, I'm fine with that. They seem like weirdos.
I think we'll need to go there anyway to talk and see if they can apologize. But right now, I think it's good if we go to Lobe first.
Yep, I agree. Would you like to? Do you prefer the forest path, or would you want? Do you want to go around?
I always like forest, you know.
Right. Then I think it's set. We'll go through the forest.
All right.
We'll try to travel like this way, like 2 o'clock type
Mm-hmm.
movement.
Okay. So you can travel how far for the rest of the day?
5-ish.
Yeah.
Miles.
Just drag where you think you go.
Boom.
Boom.
C'est parti.
All right. Do you want to continue until we get to Lowe or stop here?
I kind of want to go, but on the other hand, I'm fine with either.
You want to go what?
I kind of want to end in Low Bay.
I'm okay with that.
All right. Then we have a night that we need to go through.
Oh
And
wait,
we got
actually,
the
can we
forest.
travel the 5 miles? Because Corfin is barely alive.
Yeah, you can travel the 5 miles because Coffin is a gnome and you can put him on the horse.
Oh, okay.
And the horse
Okay.
is kind of able to carry him.
Okay.
Should we have gone to Musa and just rested there for a couple of days?
No, fuck that shit.
Too late now.
It's fine.
We don't have the circle anymore.
Yep.
We're all tent.
So let's grab a tent.
We're not placing a tent down.
Yeah, we're not.
No tent? Okay.
The sleeping bags.
And we tie the horses down.
Yeah. Alright, so you like find a nice place so you can tie the horses to. And then Coffin is knocked out, so he's definitely sleeping. How's like, do you take 111 watch or?
I think because Wiglaf has Iron Vigil, if it's possible, it's just
Oh yeah, he
Wiglaf
can
is awake.
stay awake. That's true.
Yeah, and then everyone else just sleeps, so that we only sleep for 8 hours.
All right. So
Unless one protests against the plan.
Nah.
So Biglov's taking all 3 watches.
He only needs to take 2 watches, 2 4-hour watches.
All right. And then both of you are on the last watch.
Nope, there is no last watch. We can just go.
Yeah, you
So
can go in the
entire
dark. Yeah.
Sorry?
It's gonna be dark when you leave, but you can
The
use it.
lights on.
Right. So let's see. That's like already a good roll to start off the day. I like it when the rolls are high.
Oh, but actually, Wiglaf would need to sleep if we want to heal Corfin up.
That is true.
But it's gonna be fine. But what if he dies to some fucking wacky flowers?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can do the extra. And just
Yeah, just do the
everyone-
normal beams.
Yeah,
I'll take first watch.
All right.
I do middle as always. I think we do 4-4-4.
Oh wait.
And just
Wiglaf is sleeping on the first watch. Who takes first watch?
Oh yeah.
You have to do it as well.
Yeah. I think I need to take first watch, right?
Yeah.
It's you or Wiglaf, one of you.
I think me.
All right. Anything you do during the night?
I play music. No, I'm just kidding. I just chill out.
Just chill out. No lights down.
Nope.
Are you sitting in complete darkness?
I'd probably make a fire.
All right. So you try to make a small fire. It's everything's kind of wet.
Oh yeah. If it's wet, I actually don't even try.
Hmm. Okay. No fire.
Just go. Yeah. Just lean against the tree.
All right. Give me a perception check.
Big.
20 fucking 9.
Uh, Also, I have light vision currently. I think that's because of Corfin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like nothing on the map at the moment. So you notice that at some point, like the horses are getting nervous.
Okay.
You like
I
some
go-
horse sounds from the corner.
Okay. Do I see them looking at some? Do they all look together in some direction?
Uh, Not really, but they're like not standing still. They're like trying to move a bit. Like
Okay. I try to like pet them, calm
yeah.
them down,
Um,
give them some rations.
yeah. No, they don't eat rations.
Yep. But I don't.
Like
I'm not an animal person. I
from
try.
the edge of your vision, you see like something slowly moving in the dark. Something dark moving. You just see the movement. You don't really know what it is.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to do, or just ignore it?
Do I wake up Ruben? What one of the watch is this?
Just getting to the end of your watch, probably.
Okay, I go wake up Ruben.
He wakes.
No, there's some weird thing. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but the horses are getting scared.
He has his weapon ready and looks around using his dark vision. He's
I point to the direction where I saw the dark thing moving.
You move like a few steps in this direction, Rufen, and you see flapping in the dark these weird creatures that you have seen once before. These large manta ray looking bat creatures that are not making any noise.
He frowns. It is good that you woke me, Uzma. You told me. You remember you told us about these things. Quick, get the food.
Oh, sure. I get the rations that I originally meant for the horse and start tossing them in the.
Yeah, yeah. We start just chucking them like a good distance away, like
Yeah.
in their direction, like not at them, but just away from us and away from them. So it's like far further from us.
Yep. Both of you give me like a second perception check.
Big.
Ruven, you notice this. Like you have night vision, it's probably easier for you to notice. But looking at these creatures, the color of their skin kind of reminds you of Nia's armor.
Huh.
No shot.
I attempt to recall what were their abilities.
The ability of these creatures?
Yeah, from what Uzma read from the library.
What did he?
Silent, magical, bat-like creatures
Yeah.
communicate with each other, attracted to music, omnivores, and they use spellcasting for hunting.
Ruben is absolutely ready to just start throwing food away as much as needed.
You throw like. Give me like 2d6 how many rations you will need to throw. 8 rations. That's like not only one, there is 3 probably. And I like grab the rations somehow from the ground and eat them. And then after a while they disappear into the dark. The horses are still nervous. Maybe they're not too far away. They're just like hovering behind your vision range. It's hard to tell with these creatures.
Assuming that it's probably roughly my Ruben's watch anyway, I
Yeah.
think I'll stay up.
Yeah.
Did you take away the rations, Usman?
Yep, I removed them.
Good.
You can try to calm the horses down. And sorry for waking up a little early. I crawl into wherever I want to sleep. I try to find a nice spot.
It's okay, Usman. Don't worry. I will protect you.
I give an awkward nod.
Alright.
Yeah.
Give me a perception check for your watch.
Dirty.
A 30. Dum, 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 dum. Yeah, Kitty will bring to your awareness that there is long ears around.
Reuben slightly shudders, and then it's like, we shall not begrudge them, and they shall not begrudge us. We can survive together.
But long ear tastes very good.
At a very, very nervous laugh. Maybe next time.
I can easily catch long ear.
He holds Kitty in his lap. I would rather you stay with me here. We'll go get some
Okay.
great food when we get the big clan of humans. We'll go to their market, and then we'll buy a whole alive chicken for you, just you. How does that sound?
Okay.
And yeah, Reuben makes sure not to engage with the long ears.
Yep. Somewhere in the dark, a family of rabbit long ears is crawling around, planning sinister things. But they don't attack you in the night.
Whew,
And at the end of your watch, you can wake up Wiglaf.
I will do so.
Oh, so close. Just needed a 0 at the end.
And does Wiglaf like scam spells as well? Or does he just do normal amount of spells?
He doesn't scam spells right now. He just learned some spells.
Cool. So unless he wants to like put a spell in me, Reuben's going to sleep. letting him know that there were the magic stingrays around,
Hmm.
and have a basket of food ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go back to sleep.
Yep.
Now, this is an interesting thing that happens now. The person who's awake is the dwarf. Does Mr. Dwarf notice this? He does not. So rest of the party, give me a perception check at half perception.
Wha-
Cat, maybe. I guess Coffin's unconscious.
Coffin is kind of meh, not really working. So yeah, you can roll Kitty if you want to.
Hey.
Kitty wakes up. And Kitty will like try to wake you up, Reuven. So Reuven, you wake up to Kitty saying, Hossy's coming.
What? Horsey? Oh. Gets up. What kind of horsey?
The big one with arms.
Oh. Oh dear. What is it? Like looks around.
You can hear like the sound of hoofs in the distance. Quick Love is kind of not really paying attention, seems like.
You stand back. Stand where Usmar is. Okay?
Okay. What's happening?
The centaurs, I think I hear.
Oh,
I think they won't attack, so we can let Usmar sleep. Gate his magics.
okay. Let's hope so. And you hear the sound getting louder.
Reuven like splashes a bit of water on his hand from his water skin and makes his hair a bit tidier, and brushes himself up and makes himself look presentable as he stands in the middle of the camp.
All right.
Yeah, actually, probably even out the light stone from his two bags and just only takes out the light stone. So I guess probably Uzma's told him how more or less this works, or I've seen it work.
Yeah, but I think your stones are both unsealed, unless your pouch is like super tight. You'd have to like. Or I imagine a lightstone would shine through a normal belt pouch, right?
No, if it's like
Oh, also
mostly
it doesn't
sealed.
It also doesn't matter because I have an open darkstone and lightstone on me as well.
So he attempts it. And it's like, stupid wizards.
If Reuven is further away, then is there like a radius somewhere over here that gets lighted?
So the lightstone must be out of the range of the darkstone to work.
Okay.
So yeah, nothing happens. He's like, stupid wizard. He's back and straightens his hair and looks around looking for the noise and walking straight towards where the galloping is coming.
Yeah, you hear them galloping and you see the group of centaurs.
I squint and see if I recognize them.
No, they don't seem to see you.
Oh dear. He yells in Elven, hello, hello, hello.
You see as one raises his arm and the rest like fan out behind him. And you are getting encircled by centers.
He's okay with that. Like looks around. We do not mean you any harm.
Uh, you are lucky. One of them speaks Elven. um, and the one person, like in this time, like really broken Elven, replies, "Dear Elven friend, what brings you to these woods?"
Ah, hello. It first does a elven greeting. Let me introduce myself. I'm Reuben of the Windra clan of the Elves. We are here. I believe. Hope maybe you have already gained word of this, as I told another companion of your people this a few days ago. But there is a group of there was a group of rather horrible humans in these parts traveling through these woods.
Aren't all
Uh,
humans horrible?
well, especially these ones. They hold no morals, hold no gratitude against anything, against no one, and they kill, pillage, rape, and burn whatever is in their way, even woods. I believe I've met, and he like thinks back, Gassach, says it out loud, like, or you pronounce, try to better his pronunciation.
Oh, yes. Kazakh. One of the
I
guardians on the north side.
Yes, I met him a few days ago and let him know of this, that your people would be well j- on guard for such a thing. Luckily, we just a few hours ago met them and managed to defeat them. As he like looks down, and there's just absolutely like blood-covered armor.
Hmm.
Uh, we're currently on our way to the large human clan in the middle of these
Yeah.
woods.
You hear some shouting in a different language from behind you. And the centaur looks at you and says, "Are these people with you? The human, the dwarf, and the gnome?
Yes, they are
And the
my
horses?
yes.
Do you vouch for them?"
By my name and my clan, I vouch for each of them. As he does a very ceremonial and sacred, like sentimental bow at this.
You know, this forest is off limits for humans and dwarves.
I understand, but it was of great need that we had to rest here to get through here. And I was also not. I'm not sure if. Yeah, well, I have not been in these lands and especially in these forests for too long, so we were unsure of your well, uh, what woods, what how the woods are allocated here, which meant it's very possible that we well did not mean to come into your territories.
Well, you are forgiven, dear elven friend.
I sincerely thank you.
I will just ask you to go eastwards in the morning until you see Deepwood and head north from there.
I see. I will heed your words, and we will do such exactly that. Um, I
I will
believe
leave
while
two
you're
of my warriors to keep track of you. Don't be afraid, this is just a precaution.
oh it like well, Ruben again just does a very like bow at him. That would be actually very good. That is actually we'd be absolutely grateful to that. We are all quite wounded, and having 2 Centauri warriors with us would be a great blessing.
Well then, Ruven of the Windrow clan, I will leave you to your business.
Reuben does another deep bow at him. I thank you. May I know your name as well, Guardian? Or I guess he mentions that to like, yeah, he probably calls him a Guardian, Guardian of Woods.
My name is Arvid.
Very well. Thank you for your grace.
He nods in your direction, then he shouts things in center, and the centers bundle up back together and ride away, except for 2 of them, who will stand like somewhat away from the group, but like keeping an eye on you.
Do I know what centaurs eat?
Centers are technically omnivores.
Okay. I'll attempt to bring him of like the finest rations we have, or like the few sweet spots of rations we have, like the best parts of the ration packs. I'll take like a few of those and go as a like a like a so like yeah the good parts of every like ration pack.
They will gracefully accept your gift.
Okay. And I just nod at them and tell Vigloff to be like, it's fine. The centaurs are now here. Probably no one's gonna mess with us. And so just don't go like say anything to the centaurs.
Okay.
And everyone's gonna go back to sleep.
All right. Um, the rest of the night passes uneventful. And all of you can wake up as the sun rises.
Yep. I'm not gonna prepare any spells. I just want to get going.
Okay. So the center.
Especially,
Yeah.
especially after the centaur information gets relayed. Probably.
I mean, you wake up and you see 100 feet away 2 centers watching over the camp.
Yeah. Alright.
Eyeing you suspiciously.
Alright, shall we head on then to Low Bay?
Ruben nod. Yes, we will have to move slightly differently than we expected, but that is we should be able to make it quite quickly.
Okay.
We just have to go east enough to go past Deepwood.
Alright. I presume there's something to do with these guys. I nod towards the centaurs.
Yeah, no, well, no Boras creature, as long as they are here, should bother us at any time.
Alright.
Alright. So you head east. The centers like follow you for a bit, and after like a mile or so, or 2 miles, they will stop following you.
When Ruben sees them leave, he will like nod and like do a wave at them to say goodbye.
They don't react to you doing anything.
Yeah, I think we want to like skirt around Deepwood. We don't want to get close to it.
So you're like
We're currently still in the sleeping
over
room.
there now. Oh, you're on the sleeping room. Sorry. My bad. I just moved you a bit to the side. You can head north from there.
Yeah.
Oh, from here already? Wait, are you sure you moved us?
Yes.
Okay.
Where were we before?
That seemed like fine with the horses. Yeah. When it seemed like it was fine with the horses, we went east enough. Oops. Yeah. When it seemed like we went east enough for the horses, we'll start going.
Yeah. You head north. You don't see Deepwood yet. It's too far away for us to stand still. And you can head north. I roll something funny.
No.
I've never rolled this number before, I think.
68.
Nope. I have rolled this before once. It's a 1.
That's good, right?
On a D100.
On a d20. That is the better of the options. Between a 1 and a 20, the 1 is the better option, yeah. Yeah, you head north. Give me perception checks as you head through the forest. 26. This is a fail. This is also a fail. Yeah, Reuven, you don't see anything interesting.
Yeah.
Whatever the 1 was, it doesn't matter. Unlucky. Okay. You can make it all the way to Low Bay at the end of the day.
Nice.
Whoop, whoop,
Okay.
whoop. Do you turn
Yep.
in the head?
We can do that next session or next time. I think for now we'll just say that we go because we probably make it that evening.
Wait, we don't want to hold a bloody head with us in the tavern.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. We go turn it in.
Alright.
If it's still open.
Is it still open? Yeah, you can knock and you can find Tanner. Tanner is a cool guy. He likes you.
Okay.
That's an important question if you turn it in or not, because there are some things you people have to think about to next session.
Okay. I go turn it in.
Yeah,
Screaming Yas King.
yeah. And then you go sleep and break through the magic barrier of hitting level 5.
What?
On Reuven hits level 5, Usma hits level 5, and Wiglaf's priest hits level 5.
Holy crap!
Fuck!
I think we severely underestimated how
Oh
much
my god! Wait.
he would have had.
Oh, that is big.
This is actually, yeah. Okay. I thought I had a full, level 4
Yeah, same.
RP out stuff that was going to happen. But no, now we're just straight up at level 5. Okay.
Because we barely got level 4, right? We got it by turning in the thing. So we somehow got 5 quest points there. We met the centaurs.
It's completely different points than you think it is.
We killed bandits.
And everybody got the level up for a different reason. So,
Okay. Can I roll for level 3 spells?
if you already know what you want to do for level 3
I know.
spells, okay.
Actually, I'm good now. I think Reuven's whole character was made just so to get the all the magic people to level 5. I'm done now. You're done.
Okay, this is for fly. Is it 98 or 95?
95.
Fuck you. Okay. Fly, got it. Learned. Slow. Jesus Christ. Thank God for transmuter. And do I want Leomund's tiny hut or wraith form?
How impressed were you with your nightly visitor the one time?
Yeah, that's why I think I'm gonna go for wraith form. Yeah, I'm gonna go for wraith form. Nice, perfect roll. Oh my god, does that mean that I get into the guild? Because I got a 1 on my right form.
Probably not.
I don't know if I can fit these in my book though. I'm gonna roll the pages now. Is that fine?
Mm-hmm.
2d6. No, 1d6 plus 2. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that fits. Book. This goes 6, 4, 6. Oh my god, I am OP now.
Do we want to roll HP?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. I didn't get to try ESP on level 4. Well, I was never gonna, I guess.
Well, unlucky.
It's slightly- I guess for wizards, yeah. You can't. That's the downside of leveling up too quickly.
Yeah. I assume these have casting 3. Oh, Wraith Form has casting time 1. Big. HP 1d6. Nice.
My HP
Decent.
is 1d10.
Yes.
Does my Thaco go up?
I don't think so.
Wait, do my saves go up now? Or is it at 6?
I think it's 6 for wizards. Saving throw 6, 10. Yeah.
Before I roll.
Ruven.
Oh, but not. Oh my god. You know why this is super big?
Why?
I can learn Lightning Bolt and we can fuck bandits.
You going for lightning bolt over fireball?
Yeah, I think Lightning Bolt is just more interesting. It's more cool.
I think you always learn the wrong one. Guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true. But I think I don't know. Because I don't know. I avoided Stinking Cloud. I mean, I think the spells that I'm going for are better than it, but I kind of avoided in character because I don't want to put my fucking hands in some rotten eggs. So I think it doesn't make sense for me to fucking put my fingers in bat poop either.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm kind of avoiding the gross components where I can. Maybe it's for a really good purpose.
Lightning bolt components are expensive.